1 nach 9. Ja. Wenn du mir zeigst, dass es 1 nach 9 ist. Ja. Und ich habe echt nicht viel zu sagen. Ich sage nur. Ah, da sind sie ja, unsere bulgarischen Freunde. Just in time. Yeah, they arrived, but they're staying Yeah. Remember, it's yes, yeah. And it's an intercultural thing, you know. People aren't all on the same timeline. So, and I asked Timon to take care of.
Nice. I think your position here.
Yeah, I'm.
Hello.
Ja, aber wie Sie in der IT waren, Sie haben keine Musik. Ah, okay. 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 Well, sounds good to me. I'm in charge, she said. Well, then let's start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you online and here on site at the University of Applied Sciences Burgenland to the CloudEARTHi Conference. It's the first conference in a series supported by EIT Raw Materials and the European Union. My name is Alexandra Baldwin. I manage the project at our institution, and on behalf of the project consortium, I'd like to thank EIT Raw Materials and the European Union for continued support. I also would like to thank Georg Pehm, our managing director, for being a generous host, Gerda Fürich-Fegel for stepping up as head of the scientific committee, Alexander Schöller and Michael Gruber from our media services team, Verena List-Rolf, Barbara Ernst-Hofer, and Johannes Ernst for the organization of today's event. And a big thank you to those of you who have contributed their abstracts and made the selection process a challenge. Thank you very much. Let me give you a brief overview of what is next. Our lead partner and project manager, Tama Abu Alam from the Arctic University of Norway, and our vice rector for research and innovation, Sylvia Ettelhuber from the University of Applied Sciences Burgenland, will open today's event. We're also pleased to have with us Emma Harris from EIT Raw Materials. She will talk about the project initiative and the importance of innovation capacity building in higher education across Europe. After that, Tama Abu Alam will offer a look at the initiative in action. Today's event is organized as a hybrid event. You can follow us on YouTube and presenters join us through WebEx. You are, of course, welcome to post questions in our YouTube feed. After the opening of today's conference, guests are invited to enjoy some of the student projects that we have created within the framework of this project. And we will then, at 10:30 sharp, kick off the first session of academic papers. presentations. So now allow me to hand over the floor to Sylvia Ettelhuber and Tama Abuela. Welcome.
Tama, do you want to start?
No, please, do it.
Thank you very much for being here. I'm a Vice Rector for Research and Innovation here at the University of Applied Sciences, Burgenland, and I'm head of the Department for Business Studies, which is the project partner together with the Department for Energy and Environment from our house. And we're really proud to be the first scientific conference in the framework of the CloudEARTHi Innovation Project. Besides all these great universities, big universities like the Arctic University in Norway, or like the University of Edinburgh, the University of Varna, the University of Alicante. And so we are really, really, really honored to be the first. And we are a small University of Applied Sciences with 2,500 students, ordinary students, and 3,000 extraordinary distance learning students. So in summary, 5,500 students on two campuses. One is here in Eisenstadt and the other one is in Pinkerfeld, which is 100 kilometers south from here. We are organized in 5 departments. You are guests in the Department for Business Studies today, and we have another department for IT management and a department for health studies, department for social work, and a department for energy and environment. Yes, as we are the only university in this region, in Burgenland, which is a really, really small region, we are an important partner for research projects. And so we have a turnover of 4 million euros a year in research, approximately. And in this context, CloudEARTHi is one of the 145 projects we did the last year, but it's one of the 20 largest, biggest projects, speaking in numbers of budget. Yes, all this is just to give you a little insight in where are you today, and if you like to know more about us, so I'm here and my colleagues are here, and don't bother to approach me and to ask me all the questions you are interested in on the University of Applied Sciences here in Burgenland. And yes, I want to thank you, Tama, for your confidence in us, and many, many thanks to Alexander Baldwin, the great organizer from the University of Applied Sciences, Burgenland.
So thanks, Sylvia, and thanks, Alexandra, for this nice introduction. Actually, it's a great pleasure for me to be here at the University of Applied Science of Burgenland. It's really a great pleasure for me. First of all, CloudEARTHi Conference series is a part of CloudEARTHi project, and CloudEARTHi project is funded from initiative, EU initiative called EIT initiative. I think Ima, she will join us online. She is a manager of this umbrella of projects, and she will give us more in-depth about this work. Actually, I would like to thank all of our partners, the 6 universities, who are 5 universities plus the G-Force, the business partner, who are working with us. Yesterday, when I was preparing this welcome, I found a Facebook memory that at the same day, last year, we had the last consortium meeting before the submission. So now, actually, you can say we try to celebrate 1 year of collaboration between the 6 institutes. So thank you very much for this. Also, I would like to thank, of course, EIT Raw Material, HEY Initiative, EU, and the European Institute for Innovation and Technology for the support, and all the teams there who are supporting us. And the big thank you word, of course, for our audience. So who joined us here on site or online, because the main point of CloudEARTHi is to bring people together, to bring the EIT knowledge triangular together, the business sector, the academic sector, non-government and government sector, just to discuss. And this is why we are here. We're here just to discuss, to explore more opportunity. I do hope after this meeting we can find a ground base for new collaboration, new project with existing partner, with new partner. So this is the best idea, just to explore new opportunity, to explore new future in order to build a based knowledge society. So I think maybe I can leave the floor now for Emma, just to say something about the initiative in general. And I just have one word regarding the publication, because I got a lot of question, or the scientific committee got a lot of question about the publication. So now we are in process to negotiate with some journals, and all the publication, or we will choose. We already got positive answer from some of this journal, so we will choose the best of them. It will be peer reviewed, and we are looking for a journal with a good impact factor for us. So more information about the publication will follow up our event. Like I will send some emails just to follow up which journal we will go, which template, and so on. So I think now this from my side. I will leave it for Emma now, and enjoy the conference.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yes, I need someone to tell me that you can hear me. So. Yes, I see a thumbs up. I'm going to take that you can hear me. I'm going to try sharing my screen next, so we will see. Here we go. Right, hopefully you can all see a PowerPoint presentation. So shout if you can't, and I'm going to continue as hopefully you can. Yes, I can see. I can see it in the preview in the box. So I'll just. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. So now the technical stuff is out the way. Okay, so good morning, everyone, from Berlin. I'm afraid I couldn't join you in person. I would have loved to. It's a beautiful, as you can see, beautiful sunny morning here, and I had the pleasure to walk through the park this morning to get to work, which was an awfully nice commute. I'd like to thank Tamer and Alexandra, and I'm sure there are others who organised this conference, and thank you for their great organisation, and also I'm very honoured to be invited to speak here. So I'm Dr. Anna Harris. I'm the HI Initiative Manager, but I'm also the acting head of the HI Initiative. So I will be talking through some different things about just go back a second, about the question of how to build innovation capacity in higher education. And the way I'm going to structure this is I'm going to give some context about what I think capacity building for innovation and entrepreneurial, issues are, and then and also a little bit of the context of where this initiative comes from, and then I'm going to talk about some of the methodologies that we use for encouraging this capacity building, and then I'm going to share with you some of the results, both of the calls and some of the highlights from the current projects, of which CloudEARTHi is one, and we're very, very proud of CloudEARTHi and all our projects. And then I will leave room, hopefully, for some question and answers. Okay, so context. Okay, so what is innovation and entrepreneurship capacity in higher education? This is just my answer. This isn't obviously a fixed thing. I think you could spend a good day just debating this and discussing this in and of itself, but I'm just to get the conversation started. So I think it's the ability of a HEI to meaningfully support and engage with innovation activities, both internally and externally. So in this way, HEIs are not siloed in academia, but connected to regional industry, research, and public partners. And Tamer already alluded to this with great eloquence, so I won't dwell on this point. But HEIs are developing resources that meet societal challenge and have real world impact. I come from academia myself originally, and I understand the importance of, theoretical or blue sky research, and I think that's amazing. But I think also there's a lot that academia can do to meet the many societal challenges that we have, and I think innovation and entrepreneurship is one of the ways that we can encourage that and enhance that. Okay, so then I need to take a step back and talk to you a little bit about what EIT is and what the kicks are before I can tell you a little bit more about the initiative, because you have to understand that before you can understand the next thing. So EIT is an EU body. It stands for the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. So the raison d'etre of the EIT is to enhance Europe's ability to innovate by nurturing young entrepreneurial talent and supporting new ideas through innovation communities. And I'll talk a little bit more about those innovation communities. So the EIT is the first EU initiative to bring together the three sides of the knowledge triangle. And you can see this on the screen here, and it's what I just was alluding to, and also what Tamer was alluding to. So bringing education, industry, research and technology, public bodies, all together are centered around entrepreneurship and innovation. So that's the knowledge triangle. And the EIT aims to increase cooperation and integration between education, business, and research. So this is like leading from a student to an entrepreneur, from an idea to a product, from the lab to a customer. So this is what I was saying about bringing academic research, academic practices, students from just purely being in the academic sector and integrating them more into the societal and business sector and bridging that gap. It's about crossing that gap. Okay. Yeah. And then we talked a little bit about innovation communities. So there are KICs. That's the acronym, Knowledge and Innovation Communities. If anyone's got experience with the EU, they know that the acronyms are the lifeblood, and this is another one. So Knowledge and Innovation Communities, KICs. And there are 8 KICs. There's soon to be 9 because there's going to be a KIC for culture, arts and culture, I think later this year. And they're leading European initiatives, and they empower innovators and entrepreneurs to develop world-class solutions to societal challenges and create growth and scale jobs. And you can see that each of the KICs is centered around a different societal challenge. So you have climate, you have food, you have manufacturing, and you can see that in this lovely roadmap image here. And the HEI initiative is a cross-KIC, which means all 8 of these KICs are involved, and there are projects that are working with each of these KICs, with raw materials being the coordinator. So there we go, and I'm just going to have to move this back again. Right. Okay. So what's the policy stimulus? What's the policy context of the HEI initiative? These things generally don't come out of the thin blue sky. No, I keep saying that. Nothing. They don't come out of nothing. So as part of Horizon Europe and under the EIT Strategic Innovation Agenda of 2021 to 2027, the EIT and the KICs are expected to raise the bar in education. That's one of the goals. And one of the ways to do this is to create systematic impact by engaging over 500 HEIs at institutional level. So this is about strengthening the entrepreneurial and innovation capacity of HEIs at this institutional level and strengthening the integration into innovation ecosystems, so that knowledge triangle, that regional partnerships, yeah? So HEIs are empowered, they're going to become engines of innovation for the realization of green, digital, and inclusive society, meeting these societal challenges. And the EIT and the KICs have established then the HEI initiative, Innovation Capacity Building for Higher Education. So to do these things, to meet these policy expectations, to reach these goals, the initiative has been created. So this is why you need to understand what the EIT is and what the KICs are, and this is why you need to understand what we understand by capacity building. So this is where the HEI initiative comes from. So how does the initiative actually work then? Okay, so we understand the kind of the context, but how does it actually work? So the first element of the initiative. I mean, the initiative, broadly speaking, is funding cycle where we fund consortia who put in a proposal, and then we also support them thereafter, and I'll go into that in a little bit more detail. But how does this actually work in practice? So one of the things that I think makes the HI initiative somewhat unique is this self-assessment element. So what we do is that we encourage HIs to look at their own practices and the opportunities they have for increasing their impact in the ecosystems in Europe. So all HIs who apply to the initiative complete a HI Innovate self-assessment. And the way I describe HI Innovate self-assessment is a bit like a personality test, so a bit like a Myers-Briggs personality test, but for HIs to do in relation to their innovation and entrepreneurship capacity. So they identify the challenges and opportunities in their capacity and engagement. And then by doing that, they find opportunities for increasing their impact in the ecosystems in Europe. And this becomes the basis for their proposal for funding. So they start by doing their self-assessment, either as a collective in a consortium or individually, and then kind of comparing, right? And then from this is where they start their proposal. So it's very bottom up. It's very much about, we aren't telling these HIs what you should be doing. They are telling us what they need to do and how they're going to do it. So that's really important. And then we've got this idea of leveraging this existing knowledge. So you leverage and make available the innovation and entrepreneurial knowledge base created in the EIT KICs. So we've got these KICs, right? We've got these knowledge innovation communities. They've been around, depending on how, because they didn't all start at the same time. So they've been around, 8, 5, 2 years, whatever. And they've got these networks, they've got this knowledge, they're funding other projects, not just the initiative ones. They've got industry partners, they've got, master's programs that they work with, they've got alumni networks, they've got all these things. So the idea is that the initiative, that the projects that are funded are brought into this, to the KICs, and they get to benefit from the knowledge base that already exists. We do this, we unite the EIT KIC partners and non-KIC partners. So in the initiative, it's part of the eligibility criteria that every project has to have at least one EIT KIC partner who's already part of the KIC kind of membership, because the KICs have a kind of membership program. And in that way, there's that link within the project consortium. So it's not just that they're thrown into working with a KIC, they already have a partner that has that link. And they bring in, but then they bring in non-partners, and then these non-partners get to benefit from the KICs to collaborate, to co-create, and mutually learn. And then they embed the funded HI projects in the KICs with assigned project officers and support. So each project gets a project officer who works for the KIC and is their link between the KIC and the project, and does things that you'd imagine a project officer does. So that's how we try and integrate the HIs and the industry and other public office or governmental office or research partners into the KIC kind of ecosystem, into the KIC world, and so they benefit. And then the other thing that we do, which I also think is perhaps somewhat unique, we try and actually treat the cohorts of projects as communities and try and build a community of practice. So they're not just individual projects that are funded, and then we just check them at annual reviews or something. We try and treat them as a community and bring them together. So they become part of this community of practice, and that includes all funded HEIs and industry or other partners. And then we have something called the Resource Hub, which is a platform that allows KICs and projects to share best practices regarding training and other education activities. And that facilitates the community. So the KICs also can put best practices, good practices, and the projects will also be uploading their best educational and training materials and methodologies. So everyone can have a place where they can learn from each other. There's also a number of events such as the kickoff workshop. So we do a big kickoff, like a joint kickoff for every project that starts. We're going to have another one for the second batch of projects, the cohort 2, as we call it, in July. And cohort 1 will also be invited so that they can learn from each other. We have something called the Kick Showcase, which is these other projects that the Kicks fund, so that there's some inspiration there. And co-creation sessions during which the projects can form connections, they can learn from each other and from the Kicks and external experts. So how can the HEIs themselves build capacity? We're talking about the capacity building. What kind of things can they actually do? So they can have changes in organizational processes, decision-making and infrastructure. So there are strategies, there are resources, there are mechanisms in place to support the innovation and entrepreneurial activities. So this is about this institutional change. How can we embed this innovation and entrepreneurial activities in the way that the HEI actually works? And then you've got changes in the attitude and practices of students and staff as a result of improved skill sets and entrepreneurial self-efficiency. So how can we make it so that staff and students are confident? They're, maybe you've heard the term T-shaped students. They haven't just got subject knowledge. They've also got these skills to do with entrepreneurial abilities, thinking about connecting their academic studies to society. And you've got changes in innovation ecosystem, partners, networks, and ideas. So the HEI is not just maybe connected to other academic partners, but also to networks outside that, to their local ecosystem, maybe to regional partners, maybe links with local government, all sorts of things. And changes in structures and conditions for people to create and develop their businesses and startups. So if we have students, if we have staff that have these ideas, that are entrepreneurially minded, who want to do this, do the HEIs have the ability to support that? And if not, how can they make it so they do? And then having an active community of practice that leads to ongoing knowledge exchange, improved practices, dissemination, and outreach. Okay, so these are some of the things that the HEIs can actually do themselves, and I know CloudEARTHi have been doing probably all of these, or certainly many of them. And Tamer will tell you in more detail and give you some real-world examples of how this works. So then quickly, I'm good for time. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about the results of the initiative. So that's the idea, that's the background, and that's the methodology, but what's actually happened. So we had a pilot call for proposals in summer of 2021. We got over 60 applications that represented 748 organizations, of which we had nearly 320 HEIs, and they came from 36 countries. So this, is to me a wonderful demonstration of the interest that HEIs have in capacity building. And from that, 24 projects were funded, which involved 142 higher education institutions and 155 non-academic organizations. And I think this is really important, and this link in the consortium, in the consortia between HEIs and non-academic organizations. And you can see the interest. I mean, 155, there's actually more non-academic organizations involved. And this shows that HEIs may want to work with industry and other partners, but the feeling is mutual. The feeling is mutual. Industry and other partners want to work with HEIs as well. And 32 European countries were represented in the final selected consortia, and they received the 28.8 million maximum funding was awarded. And just to say what this is, so these are countries that score low on the innovation index, the European Innovation Index, so they're low innovation countries. And so part of what the KICS and the EIT do is try and support these countries to become have a greater innovation capacity as a sort of country, if you like. And so there was 180 organizations from these countries part of the projects, which is also fantastic. And then we had a second call. So that was launched in November of last year, and it finished the call closed in February. And that received 56 proposals, of which we had 311 HEI partners, 372 non-HEI partners, 683 organizations altogether. So again, you see that both sides of the knowledge triangle, all sides of the knowledge triangle are interested, are involved, are engaged. And this actually represented 44 countries. 21 of which were risk countries. So this is an even greater geographic outreach. I mean, you even had partners from outside of the Europe, and which is amazing that this now is starting to become something that has this real reach. So we haven't got the results of HEI Call 2 yet, the selection results. That'll be made public at the end of June. Yeah, stay tuned to hear how many projects we're going to fund and some of the information on that. So what have the HEI projects achieved so far? So they basically only had about 7 months, and these numbers come from kind of the December reporting. So this represents only the first 6 months of the projects that we've funded so far, so cohort 1. And we have already trained, or they rather, I didn't do anything, they have trained 6,208 people and mentored 1,866. So these trainings are entrepreneurial skills training, innovation capacity training, mentoring, to enhance both the ability of staff and students, and industry partners in these skills. They've also supported 276 startups and scale-ups. So one of the things that we ask the projects to do is work with startups and actually support them in terms of, not financially, but in terms of again, things like mentorship or guidance or networks or events, these kind of things. And 276 startups and scale-ups have been supported by our projects. 4 new partnerships have been created, and these, we didn't mandate this, we didn't ask for this came completely organically. So this link with ecosystem, this link with regional partners is organically already happening just by these projects being part of the initiative. And then we have 7 new structures or platforms or mechanisms. So this is about this embedding. And again, this came completely organically. We didn't mandate this. This is something that the projects did just kind of, of their own volition. And then we also had 2 team-ups. So this is projects, we said about this community of practice, right? And this obviously is starting to work because we didn't say to do this, but projects have got together to launch new concepts and do activities. So 2 separate projects, sometimes in different kits, have got together and sort of teamed up to do more. And we're thrilled about this. We really are, because this shows that this community of practice idea is working, and I can only hope that we will have many more of these combinations. So I just want to, normally people start with a vision. I want to end with a vision to kind of bring some of the things I've been talking about together. And this is personal. This is my vision for what the HEI initiative's impact should be. So I think that having everything I've said, at the end of the initiative, I would like to see that there are HEIs which include innovation and entrepreneurship by design, not by accident, not by kind of bolted on, but by design, built into what they do. With HEIs functioning as a hub within ecosystems that generate societal value, change, and solutions through partnerships and networks across the knowledge triangle that enhance all solutions. Enhance all organizations even. So this is kind of my vision for what the HEI initiative impact should be. Okay, and that is, that's not what I want to do at all. Give me 1 second. There we go. There we go. That was my last slide. Tripped right at the finish line. So thank you. These are the details of how you can get in touch with us. So the email is HEI@EITrawmaterials.eu. The website, I think if you just search EITHI initiative, you'll find it. We're also on Twitter and LinkedIn, so if you want to stay in touch and keep abreast of what we're doing, we'd love to have a follow or a like on these things. So just a shout out for that. Okay, I will now stop sharing somehow. Oh, I can't. Give me 1 second. Here we go. So used to Zoom, it's all in the wrong place. Okay, I'll stop sharing. And if anyone has any questions, I'd happy to hear them.
Well, thank you very much, Emma, for your background information on the initiative. If there are any questions, could I please be informed? Otherwise,
I have some from different social media.
Okay, why don't you come up and share the questions, and then this will be a nice switchover, because Tama will then also give us insights on the initiative in action. So
So Ima, I have some questions from the different social media. One of what you hear me well?
Yeah.
One of them asked about the deadline for the next Hey call.
I'm afraid that's not been completely finalized yet.
Okay, but there is some call will come soon.
But we will have more information on our social media as soon as we have that finalized. And so follow us on social media, and you'll be or sign up to our newsletter as well. That's probably the best way.
Second question about did you find challenges to bring the knowledge triangular together? Like, is it easy to bring business together with academia, or you find any challenge related to this point?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I mean, part of the way we've done it is we've actually mandated it in the eligibility of the projects. So the projects have to have at least one non-HEI partner. So they have to, it can be associated partner, they don't necessarily have to receive funding, but they have to have an industry, public body, or NGO or so on, research institute partner. So in doing that, we kind of forced the issue a bit. But I've heard you before, Tana, say that, initially you were a bit skeptical of this, and then you realized the benefit of having that industry partner and how much you've learned. Excuse me. So I think that's one way of doing it, but also just to speak more broadly, I do think that there is an appetite amongst both sides, or all sides of the knowledge triangle, to work with each other. I think that businesses and NGOs and so forth see universities, they see HEIs as really powerhouses of knowledge, of people, of resources in a number of ways, and HEIs can really benefit as well, obviously, from that link to kind of what we might call, real world engagement, which is a term I don't like, but just for shorthand here. And I think that's really, there is the appetite is there, the desire is there. It's just finding the opportunities to bring those sides together.
Yep. Actually, I have another two questions related to this point, Ima. One of them about can we have NGO as a part from the consortium? I think maybe you answer this, but to follow up, can we have government institutes, not university, not business?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, you can absolutely have NGOs, and you can absolutely have governmental bodies. If you go to the website and then you go on the November call, you can still read the call text, even though the call is now closed, of course. And in there it says what kind of partners you have, and it's organizations, public bodies, and then small to medium enterprises, but that includes non-profit enterprises as well. So yes, NGOs and governments can definitely be partners for consortia in the initiative.
And related question, Ima, I think this is from outside EU. Someone asked about, can we involve institutes from outside EU?
Yes, certainly in European outside, so countries that are not in the EU but are on the European continent, that's absolutely fine. There is a slight issue around co-funding, so they would need to get co-funding from the national funder, so UK, Switzerland, and so forth. But that's generally more of a sort of financial technicality than any eligibility. And then outside Europe altogether, I mean, we had people apply from Argentina and Trinidad and Tobago for the last call. I think with that, then it needs to be justified, because this is about European innovation and entrepreneurial capacity building in higher education. But that doesn't mean that we can't learn from those outside of Europe, of the European continent. For instance, the US has, like MIT and so forth. And so a partner there, I think, would be very beneficial, maybe in a wider consortium, to learn some best practices, to share that knowledge. So yes, it is eligible, and I can see the benefits, but obviously it needs to be justifiable.
Okay. Question more. One about, do you have a mechanism in order to have a collaboration between the different projects within the Hague initiative?
Yeah,
absolutely. I think you answered it, but maybe you can highlight it more for.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah, so we definitely do. Like I say, we try and build a community of practice. So the kind of three main ways we do this is we have events like the co-creation workshops, where the partners, the projects can come together and kind of learn from each other and learn from experts and from the KICs. We have a resource hub where they can upload information and see each other's ideas, and this is going to become expanded soon to have kind of interactive features, commenting and profiles and so forth. And then the third way is that we have a dedicated HEI program coordinator, Rosanna West, who's absolutely fantastic and is dedicated to looking after all the projects. And she has that overview, so she can talk to the project offices and the projects and see, they're doing this and they're doing the same thing, and put them in touch with each other. So those are the three ways that we handle that.
Mm. And the last question, I think, because from YouTube, nothing now, but yes, the last question is about the sustainability of the initiative. So you are planning for how many years? How will you apply for another fund for the full initiative, or what you will do?
So I mean, we have funding allocated. So in terms of the sustainability, financially, but obviously there is political decisions to be made about the value of the initiative. I sincerely hope that it will continue until 2027, which is when it is planned for. But this is a pilot period. So 2021 to 2023 is a pilot. We had a pilot call, but the entire initiative is actually still in the pilot phase. So there may be some changes or redirections, and that obviously is a decision for those who are providing the funding to make at the more senior levels in the European Commission and EIT itself. But in terms of financial sustainability, the funding has been allocated, and if the pilot is successful and shows its impact, and I hope today I've shown that already we have had considerable impact, then I'm very hopeful that it will continue.
Super. I think this is from my side. I don't know if any question here. Okay. Thanks a lot, Ima.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Emma Harris from EIT Raw Materials. And now, Tama, I invite you to take over and show us the more practical side of what Emma was talking about. It's okay.
So, so I will try to put now what Ima said within a context of an example. And the example today is the CloudEARTHi project, which is a hosting project for this activity. So my title of presentation is EIT Hey Initiative in Practical, and the example is CloudEARTHi. So maybe next. So actually, I would like to challenge the audience here with a question. What is the main difference between the developed and developing country? Anyone can help just with some ideas, some. So the total income, yeah. Okay. The capital, okay. Other things?
Degrees level, education level.
Education level, okay. Maybe. Infrastructure, yeah.
Maybe also the difference between economical classes. So there's kind of discrepancy usually in developing country between those very rich and those.
Okay, so our colleague here says that it's in the developed country we have like the classes, the income difference between the different classes is almost nothing somehow, but in the developing country is a big, yeah. Actually, when I ask myself this question, I all the time get the answer as the door. So actually, I think the main difference is there is wall between universities in the developing countries. There is doors. There is isolation between the academic sector and the other stakeholder in the society. There is no communication. If you come to Europe, you will find more communication, more people try to, from business sector who has problems, they come to university to ask and try to find a solution there. But if you go to a developing country, I don't think you will find this. You will find just doors. And this is a real photo of a university. So just door around it. So, but this doesn't mean that Europe is in a good shape. Actually, we, as a European nation, as a continent, we contribute a lot for climate change, for biodiversity loss. We can see from time to time lack of diversity, lack of inclusivity. We have sort of discrimination at some stages. And the great example for that, what we have at the Eastern Europe now, the invasion of Russia to Ukraine. This is an example of that we are not at the top. So we can do more. So in order to make this, we need to unlock the potential for the higher education institute. And this will build the green future for the next generation. And I have to highlight here an important point. I should highlight this at the end of the talk, but I would like to highlight it here now, that Hey initiative actually is a long-term process. We can't imagine within 5 years from now that the higher education institute in Europe will change. Because it's a solid system, we need more time. So actually, Hey initiative is come to change for the future, for the next generation, for our children. And I think this is the main concept behind Hey initiative. So if you see here, this is the knowledge triangular. We have research, we have education, we have business. And if you look in detail, there is gap. There is gap between research and education, between business and education. There is mismatch gap in the skills that we are teaching our students. There is gap between business and research. So if we succeeded somehow to merge this gap, we will be able to build a knowledge-based society. And this is the core idea of the HEY initiative. And this is why in any call for the HEY calls, they ask to have a partner from outside the university, from business or from NGO, just to bring and to bridge this gap. So now I will give you a real example. The CloudEARTHi, the innovation capacity building for the use of big data in environmental science, sustainability, and circular economy. And this is the four challenge that I have highlighted. Actually, we try to solve 6 challenges. This is 4 of them, like fight against climate change. We try to work more toward a green environment, try to find or try to understand the challenge related to sustainability, challenge related to net zero transition, biodiversity loss. And actually, if you look at these things, and in the next slide, we will have the circular economy and other challenge. But if you look at this different challenge, you will find the main problem is that it's interconnected. So if the problem is just in the environment, we can solve it. We can find a way. But actually, environmental issue just affects the sustainability, affects the net zero, affects the biodiversity loss. So in order to understand this, we need to go in more detail to study more factors, how they are interact. And the only way to do so is to go for big data. And this is why our project, the CloudEARTHi, focus on big data, just to understand how these things interact together. This is one of the cornerstones that we have in our, or two big challenges that we try to solve. The circular economy, because as we know, we need more resources, we need more raw material, and in order to secure more raw material, we need to use what we have. We need to recycle what we have. So circular economy as well is one of the challenges. And the biggest challenge we try to solve is the mismatch. Try to overcome skill mismatch between what we are produce at university, the students that come outside, and the needs of the industry. Now, the consortium, and I would like to extend my thank you to all the partners. We have Arctic University of Norway, the lead partner. We have Edinburgh University, represented by Edinburgh Innovation. Of course, our host institute, University of Applied Science, Burgenland, University of Alicante, Technical University of Varna, and our business partner. And here I would like to highlight the business partner, the G-Force. When I started this project 1 year ago, during this consortium meeting for the preparation, I was asking myself, because this is my first project when I came to cooperation with business partner, what I will get from the business partner. And at this time I was okay, most probably nothing or maybe a little. But I have to say, each consortium meeting, each meeting with G-Force, we learn something new. Because we as academic, we are thinking with a different way. But once you are sit with a business, you speak different language. And this is the main point. We try to connect this different language somehow to find a ground base. And now after 1 year of the project, I can see the benefit. There is great benefit just to have different partner, different stakeholder from different knowledge triangle in order to discuss and speak. And this is the main aim of this conference. So our vision. So our vision actually has 2 main points. The first main point that we, as 6 institutes, are the driving force to build New Europe, driving force to build the capacity at our institute not only at our institute, but our society in general, in the field of big data and how we can use big data and artificial intelligence to understand things related to biodiversity, environmental issues, circular economy. This is one point of our vision. But the second point, we as a consortium, the sixth partner, see this project just as a start point for long-term collaboration. And during the sessions today and tomorrow, we will present some projects that we already submitted, and hopefully we get it in order to continue what we are doing. So now more about the methodology, our innovation vision action plan, EVAP. And this is how we are doing it. We have actually, in our plan, we have 4 arms. So the first one is to fostering institute engagement and the change. And we can do that by enhance the scale and the scope of the students and the staff to engage in activity, to increase their awareness. And increasing awareness is not enough. So we try to provide them with infrastructure that can help them to motivate them and change this awareness from just awareness to action. Domain 2 is to strengthen the partnership between the knowledge triangle. Try to find a way of communication between academia, between business, between NGO. And our CloudEARTHi Conference is one of these challenges in order to facilitate the communication. Contribute to develop innovation business by developing structure and condition for people, for academic, from inside and outside, for business, for students, in order to create and develop their business idea and hopefully their startup. And I think we are doing very good here. And I think maybe during the poster session we will have several students. I think we have now example. So he will join us and he will let us more about the journey of his story. Yes. And domain 4 is to enhance the quality of the innovation courses. So we try also to develop new courses, new concepts in order to teach our students. And today afternoon, I will present another project called Inspiring the Mind, which mainly focus on this point, just this point. So how we are doing that, as Ima said, that first we build or we choose this 4 domains based on our need. So all the 6 institute or all the 5 Hey Institute, they filled the self-assessment at the beginning of the preparation for the proposal. And we define that we have gaps. And in order to fill these gaps, we need to go for these 4 domains. And of course, in order to be success and to measure success, we define certain KPI, certain measurement tool in order to measure the success and the progress. And this is 2 things. We have the KPI, which we consider like quantitative analysis, and also we have the qualitative in order to see how the society or how the ecosystem receive the result of the project, receive the idea of the project. And for this qualitative analysis, we measure it by the feedback. So how many students just come to us, to approaching us and asking for help or for ideas, to improve the ideas? How many academics just came and asked, okay, we would like to know more about the project, or we would like to contribute to the project. So this is the change that we are trying to do. So now some example. So I will start from the last domain to the first domain. So for domain 4, developing new innovation courses and training program. Actually, we have 2 programs. We have Inspiring the Mind, and this is for students. So we have several courses there in order to teach students. And we have Teach for Our Future. and Teach for Our Future. This is a program for the academic in order to show that the importance for creating new courses with new concepts. And this table actually shows a message about the number. So actually, if you see here, our PPI for the students in phase 1 is 195. And we succeeded to get 219, so almost 112% more. And if you look at all the KPI, we're almost 10-20% above the limit. And this is for us give a sign that there is a need for these courses. Students need to enroll. They see the value out of it. So this is why we succeed to get more students in the programs. This is how we are working. This is actually from here, from University of Burgenland. And you can see it's not classical way of teaching. You know, students just sitting together, they brainstorm, they try to find a way, try to find an idea. And if the idea is not good enough, they try to improve it somehow. So this is not regular class way of teaching, like one teacher who just gives the knowledge and the student just sitting in the passive mode gets the knowledge. But this is sort of communication in order to build something. In terms of strengths, the collaboration between the different partnership, actually we have acceleration program. In the first phase, we succeeded to accelerate two companies, SmartHit based on Slovakia and OrBio based in Germany. And both companies are, or all the companies that will be through this acceleration program should have something to do with big data, environmental science, sustainability issue. So this company should work in this field. So in the main one, which is building infrastructure, I would like to highlight that we have something called CloudEARTHi Digital Hub. And in this digital hub, it's something for long term. It's mainly about a pool. You can see here, it's just a pool of databases. We have a database for the business, NGO, companies. We have a database for the students, another database for courses, for trainer and academic, for the non-academic. And the main point of this, we try to make a channel for communication between the different databases from the different partners. So if you are a businessman or businesswoman and you have a problem in your business, you just can go to the hub and you can find academic person who has skills, who has experience in order to help you. If you are academic person and you are looking for fund to support, you can go and you can search for a business partner who can support you. If you are students, you can go for an internship, you can go looking for courses, you can even go looking for a supervisor in areas that you are interested. So this is a pool of communication. So this is another channel for communication beside our conference. This is just, again, this is a figure that Emma showed a few minutes ago. This initiative, in the first call, we have 23 projects funded. And what we did, what I showed for you for the KPI, so the CloudEARTHi is just one project. So you can imagine 23 projects working with the same way. How the change, how we can measure the change. And by the end of this month, as Emma said, that we will have another result, so maybe 23, 25 projects. So in total will be 50, or maybe there are more than 50 projects. All of them are working in collaboration way in order to make a change. So HI initiative is a long-term vision. It's not, as I said, it's not a 2-year project. We are working for very long-term vision. So this is why we have CloudEARTHi Conference series, just to bring you to communicate each other with each other, and then have this communication going on. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tama.
As for the next steps, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to visit the student presentations, which are located outside the lecture room. And also, I welcome you to enjoy our coffee break. The coffee break is in our innovation lab. Let's call it Innovation Cafe for this conference today. And thank you very much. We'll be back at 10:30 with the first session. And I hope that you have lots of questions for the students who present their ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now at the heart of the conference, the work of our colleagues from other universities that pertains to the subject of sustainability, circular economy, and all the other exciting new topics that are connected with it. I am very happy to have here with me Alexandra Andalou from the University of Applied Sciences, St. Pölten, and she will talk to us today about the Circular Economy Cube, which is about a mapping approach that looks at including multiple stakeholders in paving the way towards a circular economy. Alexandra,
Thank you
welcome.
very much. Thank you very much for your warm welcome. Yeah, as you've already heard, I'm senior researcher at St. Pölten University of Applied Sciences, and together with a number of my colleagues there, not just from the Mobility and Logistics Institute where I'm working, but also from our social department and Department of Economies. Together with an external company partner, we are working on this circular economy cube. So this is, okay, no, does not work. No, not really.
I do it.
Okay, don't know why. Maybe turning it off and on again. And then, okay, never mind. So this is an ongoing project. We called it CE for All. So it's circular economy for everyone. That was the basic idea of this project. And the focus is on analyzing milieu-specific consumer behavior, aiming to strengthen circular economy. So our main research questions are which resources and capacities are there in the Austrian population that they see for themselves with respect to circular economy. How much does ideas of sustainability and especially circular economy play a role in consumer decisions? And last but not least, which measures, which interventions would be suitable to raise more awareness for circular economy and also shift consumer behavior more to behavior that strengthens circular economy. So this is a national Austrian project funded by the Federal Ministry for Climate Action and our funding agency. So currently we are focusing on the Austrian population with our project idea. So it seems as if this little thing is always stopping its work. So next slide, please. So first of all, as usual in research projects, we started with a state of the art, with a literature review, and checked, okay, what is available about circular economy and consumer behavior. And we found out, okay, there are lots and lots of papers. If you just search in specific databases like Science Direct or Springerlink or Sage Publications with the search terms. And then we had a closer look at the literature, and we saw that the majority of papers really deals with production-specific issues and aspects of circular economy, even if consumer behavior is included. So consumer behavior often is just about, okay, what's the consumer's willingness to pay for example, for a remanufactured product. But what we want to know is, how do consumers see circular economy? How do they themselves see their behavior in consuming goods? And above all, what about the aspect of social inclusion? What with low-income people and so on? And we saw that this social aspect is not really covered very much in the literature. Next slide, please. And therefore, we focus especially on, let's call it social inclusive circular economy. And we also checked in the literature. Of course, circular economy is thought to deal not just with the environmental aspect, but also the social aspect. So really covering all aspects of sustainability, the economic, the ecological, and the social aspect of sustainability. And what we also saw in the literature is that this social aspect is largely neglected. And therefore, we got more strength to deal with our research further on. Especially because there is also a very new publication that also focuses on the aspect that research rarely addresses how circular economy exactly affects, for example, equity, vulnerable groups, or other stakeholders. And therefore, we focus mainly on this social inclusive aspect of circular economy. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is where our idea of a circular economy cube comes into play. And our idea here is that we create a three-dimensional cube. On the one axis, we have the circular economy strategies. We started with focusing on the 9R strategies. I will come to this in a minute. Then on the second axis, we have the industries or sectors or product groups. And on the third axis, we have the milieus. So we will get subcubes. For example, as an example here, for example, subcube combining an IT student with, for example, a computer, buying, for example, a remanufactured computer, and how is the attitude of this specific milieu with this specific product group and the R strategy of remanufacturing. And then we can deal with, okay, which measures or which measures should we force or enforce to have more circularity in our economy. And what we are very much interested in is not just having people of average income, but really focusing on low income people. Next slide, please. Yeah, we started with the 9R strategy by Kircher, Reike, Heckert, which you can also see is very much related to production issues. So if you look at the way from a linear economy to a circular economy, you see, of course, the last thing you should do is recover. So getting the energy back of the material. Better is, of course, to recycle, to get the materials back from the products. Then we have several different strategies here, from repurpose, remanufacture, refurbish, reuse, repair. Extending the lifespan of a product. What we also have seen in the literature is that our strategies, like, for example, refurbish or remanufacture, are not always used in the same way in the literature. So there is kind of, one call it refurbish, the other calls it remanufacturing. So it's not so clear. And then, of course, really kind of rethinking what we are producing and what we are consuming. So really think about reducing things, rethinking things, sharing instead of owning, and such things. That was our base for the R strategies. Next slide, please. Based on first insight to the literature, we also checked, okay, what are the main product categories tackled in the literature, and which are the main R strategies. And what we found out is the considering the R strategies, most of the papers deal with recycling. So that's really the main part of the literature. The others are more or less the same. There is a bit more about repurpose, but the rest is more or less the same. And then we also checked, okay, what are the typical products covered in the literature? And what we saw is, okay, appliances, no matter if it's refrigerators, washing machines, or computers or whatever, I just summed it up as appliances. There is a lot of literature. Of course, a lot of literature about materials and plastics and waste. So it's, again, a lot about recycling. One interesting issue is that there is also a lot of literature about food. So how can we deal with, for example, avoiding food waste? So this was the basis for our next step. Next slide, please. That we decided to start with focus groups to get insights in what do low-income people think about circular economy. So we did 3 focus group discussions, an average 7 people per group. It was a bit difficult because we already started in the end of the COVID era, so beginning of this year. So doing focus groups in presence was not that easy. And we reduced the R strategies to 5 Rs, which came out in our expert discussions, because we did expert discussions before the focus group and after the focus groups, which turned out to be the most prominent for the consumers. So we focused on reduce, rethink, we call it in the focus groups, use not own, instead of rethink, because we saw that rethink was not clear to our participants. Reuse, repair, and recycle. And we covered 5 product groups. So on the one hand, appliances, clothing, furniture, toys, and food. And so we discussed these combinations, first of all, with the participants in the focus groups, and got a lot of interesting insights, what they think about, for example, repairing clothes or reusing appliances. So we found that from the perspective of our focus groups participants, it would be good to have more long-lasting products. So the duration should be increased. That would be very helpful from their point of view. On the other hand side, they also pointed out, for example, in Austria, there is now a repair bonus of half of the cost of the repair for appliances, whatever. And they pointed out, okay, if you're very low income, even this 50% of the repair is too much to afford it. So this is really an issue we found out. So just a few insights in our focus groups. And this then we also discussed with, again, with some experts from academia, from environmental consulting, and so on, to not just focus really on the low income perspective, but get a broader sight on this issue. Next slide, please. And what we got out as preliminary ideas from the focus groups and the expert discussions was that it would be very good to have more repair cafes, where you can really bring your goods, get support in repairing it, even get some hints how you can do the repair yourself. One thing that was mentioned a lot is to use the school as a kind of library of things, that you can use it for sharing goods, especially also for children. On the other hand side, it was also mentioned sticking to the schools, that it would be good to teach kind of basic repair skills in school, because it turned out that nearly all the participants in our discussions said, okay, I would like to repair my clothes if I would know how. Or I would like to repair my bike if I would know how. And so one idea was to integrate this teaching of repair skills more in our schools. One issue that also turned out is it would need a kind of reframing second-hand things. So if wearing second-hand clothes would be kind of cool, then it would be easier to do it. If it's kind of, especially for the low-income people, okay, you cannot afford to buy a new one, and therefore you wear a second-hand clothes, then they are not very willing to do it, just if they really cannot afford to buy a new one. One thing also would be of importance, kind of trustworthy label for online repair tutorials. That was also one thing a lot of our participants mentioned, that you can find a lot of online repair tutorials, but you do not know, okay, is this really a good idea if I do it this way or not? So pointing out how trustworthy is a tutorial would be good. Long-lasting products would be very helpful, and therefore for low-income people it would also be good to have kind of special loans for buying such long-lasting products. And also for sharing goods, it would be helpful to have a kind of secure platforms where you can have a kind of also labels or whatever that sharing will work fine. Next slide, please. And now to our next steps, because the project is still ongoing, so this is really work in progress. What we are now going to do is, based on the first results from the focus groups and the expert discussions, we are currently developing a survey, which will be done as an online survey representative for Austria, to not just focus on low-income people, but really cover a representative sample for Austria with respect to how do you perceive our strategies for the 5 product groups, what would you think about specific measures, and so on. So, next. This is our idea of the circular economy cube, which we develop currently in our project. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask them.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. I'm very happy to see that you actually pointed out the problem of the reframing of the way we live, because I actually discussed this a lot with my students. What does it take to make sharing sexier than owning? Why is it still acceptable if we buy a fast car? Wouldn't it be much better to just share it? And I try to point out how all this stuff that is sitting around in parking lots, in houses, is actually just dead capital, and that there would be so much more interesting things to do with money than owning things. And I'm very happy to see that you and your colleagues are looking into the same direction.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm very interested in your focus group on the people with low income, because usually we are serving everything but only in our academia, and or at least academic educated people. So how many participants were there, and how did you choose them, and what was the main outcome, maybe beside what you've already presented from this focus group?
So we had in total, I think 22 participants in 3 groups. So we did really very small groups due to COVID. So it was very difficult to organize it. Due to the colleagues from our social department, we have a lot of contacts to NGOs and organizations really dealing with low-income people. So they helped us in finding or getting in touch with those people. And so then with the help of those organizations and also with social media, we looked for people who are interested, so they could just register, give us a few details about, okay, what really is their income on average, and a few data, and that's what was all they need to register and come to the focus group. And from the insights, what we, in addition to what I've already mentioned, what came out a lot was that it's, for example, not affordable to buy better, more qualitative products for them. So they would like, for example, to buy furniture that is more long-lasting, but it's just not affordable for them. And the issue with wearing second-hand things is not cool. Came out a lot, and also this issue of repairing things. So they told us a lot what they are currently doing with, for example, their clothes, that they use long trousers, and if they are not looking that good, or if something part is cut off, then they cut it off completely and use it as short trousers. And if this doesn't work anymore, they use it just for cleaning something. So they told us a lot what they are currently doing in reusing or in circular economy strategies. Also, they do not call it circular economy. It's just out of necessity.
Ladies first.
Oh, I didn't see. I'm sorry. Yes, Verena.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. You presented the 9 R strategies from Circular Economy from Kirche and others. Why did you choose this categorization?
We checked several ones, and there were some which are just focusing on 3 or 5 or 7, so there are several ones. And we thought, okay, here we have a lot of differentiation between the R's. Let's start with more, and then, if necessary, combine it instead of the other way around. That was the reason.
Toda?
Oh, sorry.
I just saw.
Because I saw that Richard had this graph which showed the different categories of things that can be considered for recycling or use. And one big part was appliances.
Yeah.
And I think some of the things that you talked about, repairs, about instructional videos and things like that, are related to actually appliances, right?
Yeah.
But you know, a lot of appliances have this blunt solution. So I think this will fill with.
I'm not completely sure if I understood you correctly, but what we also discussed with our focus groups, so we started first of all, for example, with appliances, and then in the discussion it turned out, of course, there are different strategies. If you talk about, for example, a washing machine, or if you talk about a smartphone. So there are differences. It's the same with clothing. It's a difference if you talk about the clothes or if you talk about shoes. So we see, okay, category is good, but there are, of course, some subcategories. But it was our first starting point for the survey. Now we are also dealing with subgroups and differentiate, for example, between smartphones, computers, household appliances, to get more details about this.
Yeah, because what I have in mind is that, for example, if you have a washing machine, and you can usually repair it totally if there is not so much electronics, because if there is a lot of electronics in the devices, you chemistry is difficult to repair, especially with this something related to say that. Do you know if the effect translates, because if we have an old washing machine which has low efficiency and new washing machines have very high efficiency, so where is the line that we say, okay, this is a long-lasting product, but its efficiency, the way it operates, so for example, new washing machine will always have less energy consumption, so for example.
With respect to energy, yes, of course, but on the other hand, there's also the resource issue. For producing a new washing machine, we need additional resources. So it's a kind of trade-off. And this is one issue that doesn't matter, for example, to low-income people. They're just interested in the price. Can they afford a new one? And often they just can't afford a new one, so they try to repair it. The other problem, especially in Austria, is that repairing something is very expensive. And so then the problem is that they buy a cheap new one that is not very energy efficient and not very long lasting, because it's just the only one they can afford. So this is especially the issue why we are so interested in low-income people, and also look in more detail in their requirements and challenges.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can continue the discussion during lunch break, because we're actually scheduled to continue with our next presentation online.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Our next two contributions will be online. The first one was brought to us by Rainish Tivari and Hendrik Müller from the University of Applied Sciences Fresenius in Germany. And they will join us online and introduce us to the topic of fostering creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship with academic education. I hope that everyone is ready. And so I will hand over to our guests from Germany. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And I hope you can hear me. And I will try to share my screen with everyone. Can you see my screen? Okay, yeah, perfect. And thank you very much. And once more, also a very warm welcome from my side. My name is Rainish Tivari, and together with my colleague Hendrik Müller, we are going to talk today about fostering creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship with academic education. We are, as you said, from University of Applied Sciences, Fresenius, and located in Hamburg. Hendrik is a professor for business ethics, and I am involved with the frugal innovation, global innovation, and it has been, before I begin maybe with my topic, a very interesting talk from Alexandra, because I could read and research a lot in the field of Hello? Okay, you couldn't hear me so far? Okay, I don't hear any one of you, so I don't know, because I've been speaking for some minutes. So, okay, good. Anyway, so if you have not heard me so far, then yeah, you see Hendrik Müller and I.
So can I just kindly ask you to start again from the first slide, because I think that's where we lost you. Okay. We heard that you're from Hamburg, and that was pretty much the last thing we gathered.
Okay, yeah, so next try. And, now I would like to come back once more. Thank you very much, and a very warm welcome from both of us, from my colleague Hendrik and from me. And we want to speak to you today about fostering creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship, which we abbreviate as CIE, with academic education, and what is the potential role of digital transformation in it, and what types of ethical concerns might arise. The agenda for today is, after this brief introduction, I'll go into the research background. What is digital transformation in academic education about? What is happening? What are the trends? And I'll share some insights from an empirical survey that we have done. Afterwards, Hendrik will be going into some key ethical concerns that we have identified, and we conclude with a research outlook. Briefly about the background, the empirical survey that we are presenting here was conducted for an Erasmus Plus project looking into the future of teaching and coaching for creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship that I was a part of. So our empirical data draws on this project. So coming to the main content part, our society is faced with some grand challenges, and they have been there. Recent developments like the corona pandemic or the Ukraine war are enforcing them even further, but they are not the cause of it. We have issues like poverty, hunger, access to education, access to energy, access to health. These are issues that we are facing, and Alexandra before me was talking about it. And in fact, this morning also we have had quite some discussion in this direction. So we need innovation. We need innovative solutions to deal with these challenges. And we see some opportunities but also some risks coming from digital transformation and affordable excellence. We can see that on the one hand, we have tremendous opportunities, but we also have tremendous challenges. There is the threat of job automation. In a world where we have a growing population, we run the risk of losing jobs, especially the manual jobs, the lower skilled jobs. So there is a challenge. On the other hand, we have an education system, the conventional education system, which is, and I quote here, probably churning out humans who are no more than second-rate computers. If we go on teaching people only those typical skills that we have been doing so far, we might sometimes not be qualified enough to do the job in comparison to a computer or to a robot. So the challenge is about building skills that artificial intelligence cannot emulate, such as teamwork, leadership, creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship. And then the opportunity is that we free people up to pursue more interesting careers. So this is where we are coming from. There is a need to promote CIE. So on the one hand, we have those societal trends with population growth, with aging societies, skills mismatch, the need for fostering CIE in academic education. And on the other hand, which is not happening here. So we see a research gap. How can academic education systems develop and transmit the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values which are required for enhanced CIE effectively? And the second gap that we address here is what are the relevant ethical concerns and how can these be addressed? With the objective of making future-oriented recommendations for the design of policy, programs, and initiatives for teaching and training CIE in HEI or in academic institutions. So this is the backdrop against which we are doing our work. And if we now look at the digital technologies, and this morning it has been talked about quite a bit, about big data and artificial intelligence. So we see them as technology enablers, which make it possible to have innovative enterprises, to have an entrepreneurial ecosystem, and digital platforms today that we see. They enable firms to compete using ordinary, readily available resources at lower costs, and maybe even provide higher values than so far possible to their users and consumers. And they enable frugal innovations by providing affordable, inclusive, and sustainable solutions. So digitalization has emerged as a platform which is built upon a number of general purpose technologies, the GPTs, and enabling technologies. So we see a virtuous cycle for CIE. Many people can become innovators, entrepreneurs more easily with the help of digital technologies. And on the other hand, we can also promote these solutions through academic means. We can help people turn more into innovators and entrepreneurs. And if we now move towards the education sector, we see that the digital transformation can help us get what is called affordable excellence. Digital transformation is likely to act as a key catalyst to ensure affordable excellence in education, which will provide access to cutting-edge knowledge and skills at very affordable costs. And costs do not have to be only financial costs. It can be also in terms of the resources and time required for going for an education, and they can thus foster inclusion. So I would like to show some anecdotal evidence to see what trends and challenges are emerging for higher education institutions due to digital transformation. On the left-hand side, you see the picture of a beautiful girl. This is a lady student from India who used the 3 months time of the lockdown from some prestigious universities around the world to do 350 online courses. So now the issue is, you see that someone can utilize the time sitting within her own within her own four walls, without having the need to leave her city at all, and taking part in education courses around the world at the same time. So she can be simultaneously in Australia, taking part in a course at the University of Canberra, and she can be taking part in Copenhagen, and she can be taking part in Vienna and California, all at the same time. So anytime, anywhere education, which is coming up, and you can now imagine the procedures involved in getting a visa, traveling abroad, etc. All that is no more relevant. And then the next two examples are about the need for having new skills. Technologies are emerging very fast, and universities are, due to their very structure, not able to impart that education that easily. Technologies are changing fast. We normally have courses that run for 3 years, 4 years, but the industry cannot wait. And then you see here, you don't need college anymore, says Google. Google Academy comes up with some certificate courses that are treated as being equivalent to a bachelor's degree for within the Google universe. So we see that there are certain challenges and opportunities emerging for higher education institutions. So we took all this as an incentive to go for our research. The research approach was, we did a need analysis, which was based on desk research, that we conducted all in all 134 expert interviews, semi-structured, 45 to 60 minutes duration, worldwide, transcribed, and then we ran a keyword analysis, and then some more research was done at the Hochschule Fresenius, and we developed a conceptual model for relevant ethical concerns. So that is in brief about the methodology, and 2 illustrative points about what we found out and what it is based on. So you see here one instance from the CEO and co-founder of a technology company in the blockchain field. He emphasized the need for lowering the barriers to education. Education should be accessible for everyone, irrespective of the people's location, age, and formal background. So this is one thing that we identified. The next example shows the need for having open, trusted networks. So there is a need for trust. How is it possible to enhance trust so that people are also willing to use those digital technologies, that they do not have to worry about the privacy and safety of their data? So access to higher education via open, trusted networks was one issue that came up during our interviews. So if I summarize the results, then some of the key insights were that the learner is going to be in the driving seat anytime, anywhere education is possible. Artificial intelligence will help us achieve the personalization of education as per the learning needs of the learner. There would be an increasing relevance for informal and micro degree certificate courses, etc. The courses do not have to have that very strict duration. This course runs for 3 years or 4 years. It can depend on the speed of the learner. Digital learning platforms will be increasingly used, and pay-as-you-earn revenue models. All in all, it will foster the social inclusion because we see a high affordability of lifelong learning. And as I said, not just in financial terms, it would be affordable in all senses of the word, including that you are able to do it without having to forego of your job. The offered courses can be very target specific, personalized to the respective needs of the learner. And that way we can utilize our resources very effectively. So this is the connection to affordability and excellence and to what I consider is frugal innovation. And with that, I would like to hand over the floor to my colleague Hendrik, who will speak about ethical concerns that are involved.
Thank you, Raj. I hope you can hear me. And as my colleague has pointed out, we are at the stage of doing some research on the ethical concerns of our project. So you may remember the quote from the CEO who mentioned access as a problem, and I think it's still the main barrier to students, so that many people don't have an internet at home. It's probably not something that we can be familiar of, as we all have our high-speed internet access at home and at work. But many students' families either do not need internet access or are not interested in having it. And this is especially true for children from low-income families, and of course for children whose parents have a lower level of educational attainment. And this is a thing that is a worldwide phenomenon. Another key factor is that students, especially in remote rural areas, and have more difficulty in accessing the internet than students in suburban areas. And as I said, additional gaps come along with poverty, and there are also problems with racial and ethnic aspects. Next slide, please. Of course, this has all been researched for 2 decades now under the name of the digital divide. And at the beginning, it was the access that was the main problem. And if we look at some numbers here that has been found out quite recently, it is true that only a bit more than 50% of the global population have access to the internet or are online. So only 53.6% of the global population have this access. And as I said, this is especially true for urban areas. And the UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed said last year that digital divide risks becoming the new phase of inequality. Next slide, please. But the research on digital divide has developed from a first level research which dealt with access to a third, and some people say already to a fourth level. And it has shifted, the research agenda has shifted from material access to the range and quality, and finally the benefits of use of internet access. So it's on the one hand, it's okay to have internet access, but on the other hand, the question is, how do we use it? And what do we make of it, especially in terms of education? And again, another report from 2020 said that especially young people aged 15 to 24 are, more than 50 million people are unconnected at home. So that they don't have a chance to access the internet for their homework, for example, and for research of their studies. And of course, this technical gap perpetuates unequal learning outcomes, and this is something we have to watch very closely. We can say the digital divide is perpetuating inequalities between countries and, of course, between communities. Next slide. But it's not only the technical problem of access, but as we all know, data is the new gold, and especially in education, data can be misused. Of course, the rapid increase in technology has led to a larger demand for data collection in higher education, but people need to have a certain level of data literacy to use the data in an ethical way. And there are other problems like the non-existence of national or international norms or standards, and especially the efforts to measure learning outcomes are very scarce and fragmented. So there are no global standards, and this leads to problems like that standardized test scores can be misused, and this may lead to wrong evaluation not only of students but also of teachers. This is something that has been found out in the US in high school, in the high school system. So we need an improvement of teacher pedagogy and equitable student learning necessary when it comes to data. Next slide, please. And the newest trends, of course, in education are VR or AR technologies like the metaverse, and a lot has been talked about this in recent months. But we have to be aware that also here lies a lot of potential risks. The more technologies like the metaverse are used, the more problems like cyberbullying, hate speech, and especially sexual harassment. And one aspect of that is the so-called catfishing that also can happen when using these things for learning. So these are problems we have to watch. Another thing that has not been researched very well is how do these technologies affect our society and individuals in psychology, in terms of their psychological or physical effects. Next step. Okay, so Raj and I have developed therefore a framework, and this is more or less it's a starting point for further research. So we started with the what we call the change imperative. So that we have societal trends, the digital technologies, and my colleague has mentioned the SDGs, and I have concentrated now on the ethical concerns. It leads to two steps. So of course the need to promote CIE, and there are certain implications for higher education institutions, and we are now in the step of finding out the key action fields for stakeholders. So these might include policy measures, it might include HEI initiatives, employer support, or learners awareness. Next slide. So this is what we want to do in the future. There's a need for further research in varying national and institutional contexts. So I do not read out every question we have put here on the slide, but because we're running out of time, I guess. But let me focus on especially the first one: how can institutions of higher education turn disruptive challenges into promising opportunities? And the third one: how can ethical concerns that I've mentioned be constantly monitored and effectively overcome, especially with regards to the global frameworks like the SDG. Next slide. So, Raj, I don't know if you want to add anything, but
that's perfect. You can go on.
I would start with I would come to our conclusions and, of course, limitations of research. Our study suggests that CIE will play a crucial role in solving some of the global societal challenges. But the full potential, of course, cannot be realized when we use the possibilities of the digital transformation in higher education institutions in a good way. Of course, the realization of this potential is contingent upon identification and addressing of the ethical concerns by the relevant stakeholders. And well, our research is limited by the conceptual model based on qualitative data. So of course, we might, probably we can add some quantitative data in the future. And as I said, we are still, our work is still in progress. So we need a larger scale confirmatory study to support our findings so far. Thank you very much. And now we are ready to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Reinish Tiwari and Henrik Müller. Unfortunately, we will have to postpone the question until after the next presentation because we are on a rather tight schedule. Thank you very much for contributing these valuable research insights. And I would like to now pass on to our next presenters. These are colleagues from the University of Alicante. Matthew G. Gallardo and Ana Maria Munoz-Cathel will have their presentation on entrepreneurship as a catalyst to reach sustainability through academic reforms. And I look forward to having you back after the next presentation so we can possibly exchange some more ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Just to make sure that everybody can hear me or not, that's the first thing, either write in the chat or whatever while I share the screen. Let's see. Perfect. And now, slideshow. So,
Thank you.
yes, everyone can listen to it. It's great. So, first of all, I do appreciate you've been going on since 9. So I promise I'm not going to make this very long or tedious. Okay. So anyway, first of all, thank you very much to everybody who's showed up to the event. So our work is on entrepreneurship as a catalyst to reach sustainability through academic reforms. So I know it's a lot of fancy words, but anyway, we'll get right into it and hopefully it'll make sense. So first of all, my first question is, how do you convince a 5-year-old that they should build a startup? Because, you know, it kind of sums up the whole point of why we're doing this. You know, you can't get a 5-year-old to build a startup, but you can maybe teach him or her the values. You know, and normally I will say that it's a startup because, of course, entrepreneurship is associated with this. You know, if you come up with an idea, you know, come in a form of a startup. So anyway, we'll go to the next slide. So a bit about us. So on the left-hand side, you'll see Ana Maria. She's currently studying anthropology and international relations, and she's doing her internship at CITES in Dublin, which is an environmental consultancy which has a lot to do with green packs, all of the nice eco-friendly stuff. And on the right-hand side, it's me with R2D2. And basically, I'm studying chemical engineering as well in UA. And hopefully I'll also be finishing this year with Ana Maria. And anyway, that's a bit about us. I will say, so you take into account that it's an interesting combination because we're sort of putting together the social sciences with the engineering side of things. So I'll be talking a bit more about that later in the presentation. So what are we going to talk about? What am I going to be talking about? What's Anna going to be talking about? Entrepreneurship in education. Okay, so how can we link together both E's? Why should we even consider this for starters? Why have we actually bothered coming up with an idea like this, even though other people have as well in the past? When do we start? And how do we do it? So first of all, objective, as everything in life. We're constantly innovating in new technologies. You know, we're always getting this told in the news. And every day there's a new problem. There's a new need. There's obvious problems. So where do you come in? Where does the entrepreneurial opportunity come in? Well, right in the middle, as you can see in the diagram. I thought this was a really good way of putting it. We have a lecturer here in Alicante, which is very much involved in entrepreneurship, but from a chemistry side. And, these are some very interesting pointers, which when we had the chance to talk with him, sort of gave to us. So anyway, that's our objective. So entrepreneurship in education. There's a lot of text here, and I'm just going to go straight to the point. It's a learning experience. That's the first thing. You can't just expect somebody to have ideas of how to run a business, how to start something. So it's a learning experience, and what we mean by that is every day in your day-to-day actions, what do you learn, and what can you come up with? How can you solve that problem? So of course, in order to do this, we're talking about a model which will expand from early ages, from primary all the way up to university. Right now, as far as we are aware, when we were doing our research with this, in Alicante, we do have, there was a proposal by the Centro de Empleo, which basically they came up with a 4-year plan as well with the 4-year degree, which basically matches the key components which you need to learn at the same time in order to become an entrepreneur as while you're studying, okay? So that's the model. So basically the foundation, we're going to be talking about that. Learning by doing. For me, that's the best way of learning. And it's not just me saying that, countless of studies, okay? So let's ignore the books, all the notes, everything. Let's just get right into it. And then learning by creating value. So when we're talking about that is, for example, a quick example of that, creating value, meaningfulness, participation, engagement in life. You're walking every day from your house to school, but you see that the bus, which passes every day, leaves a lot of exhaust fumes, which contaminate a lot to the air. You're breathing that in every day. So what are you going to do about it? If it affects you, you're going to try and find a solution, and you're going to go and you're going to start learning by it. And then entrepreneurial competences, which basically is knowledge, skills, attitudes. Basically, we should know that entrepreneurial competences are not just economic values. They are more than that. It's teamwork, it's compassion. You can get a lot more, but it's the way that it needs to be focused, which has to be changed. Sorry, let's go to the next part. So all of this, which I just talked about, what does it mean? Let's put an example. So this can be you, this can be me. Right now, I feel identified as me because we have finals just around the corner. And then I come up with a brilliant idea while I'm studying. And I'm thinking, oh, this is great. I've just found a solution for a new chemical which can make the reactor better, according to what I study. So I end up, instead of studying for my finals, coming up with a brilliant idea. I do all the research, do all the studying, background checks, everything. See if somebody else has come up with that. And then I see myself at this point. I don't really know what to do after that. I come up with an idea. I think I'm like one of the best known experts in this new innovation, which I've come up with. And all of a sudden, I encounter all of these problems. So what do? I go and talk to my teachers about it. And my teacher comes up with something like this. Okay, I look at this and immediately I'm thinking, oh my God, where do I start? I have that light bulb moment. Okay, that's fine. Patent, what even is that? Published word of wisdom, prototype, oh my God. I have never been taught to do this. I've only come up with an idea. So that's where we come in, because if we've been taught these skills, which are not directly affected to science, it can be with anything, then we can really confront this in a better way. So anyway, so we go back to this diagram, we go to my teacher meeting, and this is me right now. So really with no idea where I'm going, loads of pathways, I start thinking a lot, go into chaos. I try and talk to Tamara about it, don't really know where to go. I try and contact Alexandra in Germany, don't really know where to go. We're all a bit stressed out. So this is where the model comes in. This is where all of our research with respect to this has, played its important role. So how do we create a model for sustainable entrepreneurship, for those fancy words? Okay. So first of all, why don't we talk a bit about, has anyone actually come up with this before? So they actually British have come up with this, and also another nationality. I'll let you think about that while I talk about the British one. What does it talk about? Entrepreneurial stories. So you develop that skill which can be created into an opportunity. You reflect upon the problems and disharmonies in your own life, Okay, you're going to see day-to-day actions. You're going to be thinking, oh, I wish I could find a solution for that. I'm sure I can come up with this. You're a 6-year-old. You want your toys to last longer. Okay, do something about it. Entrepreneurial individuals in distant futures helps them transform into a more entrepreneurial identity. What does that mean? So, from what I've been saying, if we're creating vocal skills, if we're creating presentation skills from a young age, then you can identify yourself with that solution. You can really go and push upon it. Never mind if you get to university, but you're always going to have that in life. And then interdisciplinary teams, which basically is this. For example, you put Anna Maria and I in one room, okay? She's international relations, social skills, anthropology. I'm an engineering student. She knows how to talk. I don't know how to talk. She knows how to come up with social solutions. I know how to come up with engineering solutions. So there's this case study which was done, unfortunately not with us. And it basically was talking about if you put individuals in a room with different skills, they will spend the first couple of days looking at each other and not really having a clue what to do. But then, if you leave them a week to it, you're going to realize that they're actually going to come up with something. There's going to be a common ground. And that common ground is those other skills which, entrepreneurship can give you, not just the economical factors, as I mentioned before. So we can summarize it like this, with, loads of teamwork, brainstorming, everything. So now, I'm not sure if you've guessed who else has come up with this. Unfortunately, it hasn't been the Austrians or the Germans, but the Danish. The Danish have come up with a model, which you tell me if it's similar or not to the British one. Work in teams, creativity, connected to the environments outside the school. Okay, so basically what's happening outside of school when you finish your lessons. And attitudinal aspects, such as belief in own ability, ambiguity, tolerance, and risk of failure. Basically showing you that if you fail at doing something, there's no problem. There's a learning opportunity from it. So let's summarize it. Oh, that's a coincidence. It's actually not the same, but very, 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 very similar to the British model. So someone has gotten ahead of us with this in 2005 with a unified model for entrepreneurial education. And this is basically it, how we can develop these 3 steps, or if you want to be specific about it, those 4 steps into implemented into education, primary, secondary, high school, university. You don't even have to go to university. University at that point will be more vocational because you'll have those skills. And it's no problem if you don't have the idea yet, but you will have that developed. So now that brings me to Anna Maria. So anyway, hope you've been able to listen to it very well. And I'll pass the floor to Maria and see if I can find the Cisco to silence.
Can you hear me properly?
Yep.
Okay, so before I continue talking, why are we even talking about entrepreneurship? What is this about? Well, as you already imagine, a myriad of effects have been stated to result from this, such as economic growth, job creation, increased societal resilience, but also individual growth, increased school engagement, and improved equality. In other words, entrepreneurship, for us and for everybody in the world, is the fuel and the catalyst to change. It promotes innovation, creativity, and empowerment. So how can we promote the society to be more to create their businesses, to follow their ideas and make them a reality? Well, as you already know, we are focusing on education to achieve this goal, and we want to create our models. So we've been studying the British model, the Danish model, but how can we make this into a reality in schools? Well, first of all, next slide, please. When in education, should we teach this in the university level? Should we teach this in the high schools? Well, actually, we consider that we should start at an early stage in education. And furthermore, we consider that we should teach in preschool and primary school. And then later in the educational system, we should complement it with parallel voluntary and more business-focused approach, applying a more narrow definition of entrepreneurship. As a result from this, we could obtain the soft skills related to entrepreneurship, such as creativity, self-efficacy, perseverance, passion. Okay. Which could be developed throughout the schools, and then more likely that more ideas would likely become a reality. But how? We've been talking about creativity and all these kind of things, but how do we actually do this? Well, next slide, please. So we have two objectives. We have to teach the students at the first hand, but then we also have to teach the teachers, and we will explain this later on, okay? So we go first of all to the students. Next slide. And the idea is to implement the learning by doing approach through non-formal education initiatives. For example, we would like to implement interactive workshops about the basics of entrepreneurship, creating a model that could be transferable to other countries. As well, summer camps, contests in which they can present their ideas and win a prize. And furthermore, we consider that the concept of entrepreneurship should be involved not only in this kind of activities, but in all the subjects, as it is a mindset. It is a way of approaching knowledge. So this would mean that every subject has a questioning approach, so that the students think first, and then the teachers answer the questions and teach the theory that has already been studied. We consider this is an essential asset that should be added in schools. Not only about schools nowadays focus a lot in the theoretical knowledge, but what we are suggesting is to start promoting more active initiatives, activities, make the students think, make the students get involved, make the students create. So workshops, summer camps, contests, okay? But then the most demanding, difficult, and important aspects, if you could go to the next slide, of this reform is to teach the teachers. There is poor logistical, structural, and economical management in educational institutions, not to mention the lack of training with this which these professionals encounter with respect to the importance of academic skills concerning entrepreneurship. So this is the reason why, in order to achieve the results we want, we should start with the teachers. Well, among the initiatives we propose, we want to use the scientific parks. This idea has been really influenced by Matthew's engineering. So scientific parks from universities to create courses they could follow during certain amount of weeks, and which could be a centralized model at the European level. So all the teachers should follow a course in universities about entrepreneurship. Taking a step further, we could also create technology transfer offices in schools and universities so that we can achieve that unified European model and course to train the trainers. The European partners could share knowledge, ideas, and even get inspired by the good practices from other countries. We know we're very ambitious with all this, but we would also like to invite business leaders to these courses so that they can share how they came up with the idea that made them succeed, and then how they started to turn it into a reality. So during these courses, we would teach the basic knowledge of entrepreneurship, as well as we would use non-formal educational tools, which we believe they are more efficient to teach. So, such as storytelling, discussion, role play, team building. Okay, so all this, then the teachers learn all these non-formal educational tools, and then they can use them in schools to better reach their students. So a lot of ideas we said, what we're suggesting is that a new model of entrepreneurship is added in the academic curricula. But not only universities, because for example, in my case, I was lucky I was able to study about entrepreneurship, but I didn't know what this word meant in school. And we think this is an essential approach we need to implement in order to achieve the change we want. So if we want society to change, we must start from education. And to make it efficient, we suggest all these ideas. And in order to make this a reality, we're looking for funding partners to join us in this adventure and create the courses that will change many lives. This is the reason why we're here today. Well, actually, we're not there physically, but our presence is with you. And yeah, we don't want this to be a simple theoretical paper. So if you liked our presentation, I hope you're not bored. And the ideas we suggest, we're open to start working on that. Let's begin making change once and for all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Anna Maria. Was a pleasure to hear. Yeah, it was a pleasure to hear your presentation because that's exactly what's not happening in our courses.
I'm very glad. I'm very glad that's not happening.
As far as the organizational issue is concerned, if Reinish and Hendrik are still here, could we get a sign of life? Because I'd like to open up now for questions. Thank you very much. Sign of life, great. I'd like to now open up for questions regarding both presentations that we just heard, so we can engage in a intercultural, inter-hybrid, online, off-site discussion. And I'm just looking over at my colleague Tama. Are there any questions that you collected that we could start with? Otherwise, I noticed that a lot of people here took notes.
Yeah, not so much from my side. So
okay. All right. Can we retract a minute to go back to Reinish and Hendrik about fostering creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship? And I think the two presentations went really very well hand in hand. So are there any comments from the audience? Any questions? Yes, please. Sylvia?
Can you hear me? I think the question is for both groups, because I'm head of the Department for Business Studies here at our University of Applied Sciences. Thank you, Mama. Hello, the question is for both of us, because sometimes I'm wondering, what are the basic knowledge entrepreneurs need? Because I'm head at the Department for Business Studies here at the University of Applied Sciences in Burgenland in Austria, and we usually offer studies from 3 to 5 years to become an entrepreneur or to become really good educated in business skills. And sometimes I think, as a head of the Department for Business Studies, maybe I'm my own enemy if I tell the people you can learn business studies in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe 1 month, maybe 2 months, only by discussing a little bit and have some basics for financial planning. And so the question for both of you is, what is the basic knowledge you have to know for becoming an entrepreneur? What are you teaching?
Thank you.
Is someone who wants to begin, or?
Please start.
Okay.
You can start if you want, and then I'll follow on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Then, thank you very much for a very stimulating question. I believe it's a very tricky question, because I don't know whether there can be a standard answer for it. It depends on the individual. And basically, this is what we are saying, at least for our part, that there might be individual and specific needs. And we are then going to be in a position, hopefully at least, that the individual doesn't have to wait for 5 years if he or she wants to become an entrepreneur. By the time the person finishes the course, maybe the idea is no more there, or the person has become too convinced that this cannot work. So sometimes there may be complications. I would say basically you need to be really burning for the idea. You need to have an in-depth knowledge of what you want to do, and then there are certain things that accompany it. So like business planning, etc., which can be done. Then maybe like depending on your needs, how much time would you require? So this would be my idea. I don't know what you would like to add to it, all colleagues.
Well, we're going back to the question. It's an ambiguous question, if I may say that, because we're not actually enemies. If anything, we're your friends, because we're going to save you a lot of headaches the first few weeks, because with our model, we're going to actually nourish creativity. We're going to show the children with time. I call them children because it's from primary, secondary, okay, young adults. We're going to show them how to teamwork. We're going to show them how to foster that creativity which they need, how to problem solve. Because all of these skills, yeah, we talk about them a lot. But in my first year, when I was working with people, I think the term teamwork, they really did struggle with that. They weren't really sure how to organize themselves and everything. And that course you're talking about is very interesting. But hopefully with that course, if you have students which have gone through this model, it will be more vocational. You'll actually be able to get to the, if I may, nitty gritty. You know, you're going to go to the interesting things. You won't have to show them the basics. You won't have to show them the mentality they need, you know, in order to be successful in your course. They'll actually already be very well prepared. So in my very humble opinion, I think we're going to save you a lot of headaches with that. So, but interesting question, ambiguous to say the least.
I would like to add that I followed a kind of course about sustainable entrepreneurship, and they had to teach us what is entrepreneurship. So the basics would be actually to explain the concept of entrepreneurship, actually to make them realize they can create their ideas and how. That's the basics of entrepreneurship. You need to teach them that all entrepreneurs are willing to take risk. They are ambitious. They desire achievements. You need to teach that. You also need to teach how the market works. So they need to understand how can they create a business, what is a business, or even they don't need to create a business. They can create a startup, and then if it grows, they can create a bigger business. So we need to teach all these concepts in school, because all this I learned it during my middle education in university, but that can't happen. You need to know what is a startup, what is entrepreneurship. Even taking a step further, there are European calls. You actually can get funds. So if you have an idea, how do you develop the idea? That's what we need to teach. That's the basic. So plan. You need a plan. Let's teach how to make a plan. Let's teach the basic knowledge. Let's teach how the market works, and then how they can take advantage of the opportunities that the market is offering. And then where can I get the information? Because you can get crazy. That's also the basics. You need to look here. All that we're suggesting, this should be taught in schools, so that when they arrive to university, if they arrive, because they don't need to arrive to university to create their business, then they know how to plan, where to look, how to take advantage of the opportunities, and how to make this a reality, basically. I think that's the basics.
I would like to add 2 points. on the one hand, I think not everyone is born to be an entrepreneur. So I think this is a very important point we have to take into account. There are some people who are very good at that, and but others are probably better as someone working for a company. So and there's a shift, a noticeable shift in our country and other countries as well, that the study of business is transformed into the study of entrepreneurship. So the question is everybody suitable for this kind of study? And I think if you study entrepreneurship, one thing you need to learn is how to deal with failure, because this is very important. Not every business will be a success, and I think this is something you also have to learn, and this has to be integrated into the studies.
There is some more questions here from the audience. May I just?
Dangerous. It's a bit dangerous when there's too many questions.
No, you looked as if you had a question.
Many questions because I'm far away from this area. I'm kind of ignorant, and I also agree with the comments made. In order to work this, you need a partner. You need a partnership. Not everybody can be a good engineer. Not everybody could be a good manager. Not everybody could be a good administrator. So you need a team. If you have an idea, you need to share it with another person or other people, and then make this startup and progress. And I believe at some point it's very good to be ignorant. Otherwise, you won't start at all if you know what is coming. Yeah, I'm very happy with these presentations. The last two made me think positively. I see the enthusiasm, the young people. I feel happy now. Thanks.
Thank you. That was our colleague Todo Ganchev from the Technical University in Varna. There is some more questions here. Gerda Fürcht-Fiegel.
No, thank you very much. There's a question for Matthew and Anna on this educational system. It sounds a bit provocative. It isn't meant like this. I would say for me, it's kind of building up a parallel universe by having these ideas for education. And I'm completely with you to inspire the people and the children and the students by doing things better than teaching them boring stuff. Let's call it that way. But what I'm wondering is, that's kind of a parallel universe, having all these good ideas and looking at the education for teachers in the systems, because I have the impression the normal education at the university for all the teachers, they are as they always was, by having not even PowerPoint presentations. You know what I mean? You're developing something where I think even also the students studying education at the university should know this. So what I wonder is, what about the transmission of the outcome of your findings to the universities where the teachers are taught? I hope it was understandable for you.
Yes, I think inside all of that, I got your question. I think you're questioning a lot. How are we going to transfer the message? As in, if we're actually going to lose the key components of what we want to obtain from them. So I don't know, Anna, do you mind if you want to go first, or should I go first?
You go.
Okay. So this is the thing. Anna mentioned it very briefly. First question, where are the students going to get their information from? Well, they're going to get it from the teachers, aren't they? Okay. The problem we have is that the teachers, unfortunately, at lower stages of education, when we've carried out our surveys over here in Spain, they're not as prepared as they should be. I don't think I could be more diplomatic than that. So how are we going to prepare them? Very simple. The universities, they have offices for transferring information. TTOs, I think, is a way of abbreviating them. And what we were proposing is, okay, the university has those public funds, the university has those organisms. They have the personnel, that's for sure, because every time I go into the offices, there's a lot of people there. So, they do have the resources. And what we were thinking is, okay, how about if those teachers, and we're talking about this, first of all, at regional level, then we see the national level, if we can get them all at a foundation. So, for example, they're all taught the same course, but they're taught by business leaders. Why business leaders? Because they are the ones who are actually out there. They're the ones with the most updated information. And we're not talking about business leaders who used to be very big in the 70s. We're talking about business leaders who are very big now, business leaders who know what they're doing, what they're learning, and hopefully with that, they can transfer at least those skills, which then the teachers can transform into sort of learning ground, okay? So for example, say that one of the skills which they're looking for a lot is problem solving. Okay, so how do I tell then an 8-year-old that you have to problem solve? That's why we have the role of a teacher, because they're going to be able to transfer that skill into a sort of activity. So I hope that that answers your question. I did understand that it was sort of there. I don't know if you can give me a thumbs up from over there in Austria, but yeah, I'll give way to Anna.
Yes, thank you very much.
I think I wanted to add that in order to reach the students with all this, we need to inspire them. That's why we're mentioning the business leaders, because you can't teach a kid how to create a business, but you can promote, impulse their soft skills. That's why in schools with kids, we want to work on the soft skills. We want to work on creativity. That's why we are suggesting to have more activities rather than more theory. We need them to discover what they have inside. That's why we need to inspire them. We need to make them create. So basically, we are developing these skills, and then with the teachers, it's about the same. Actually, it's about inspire them to better teach their students, and maybe some of them come up with an idea, and then they teach the students how they did it. But yeah, basically, what I wanted to say is that it's about inspiring.
Hi, I am Dalibor Zelik. I am a student at Masaryk University in Czech Republic currently, and I started my own company. And I have a question about how a student should start with his idea, because as a student, I see what the problems were as I studied it in the near future. And I just wanted to ask you, what do you think should happen in school in order to support the students to come up with the idea and to start their own company? Because as I see it, I don't know, that's just my idea. It's that there should be, for example, some committee or some people in the school who would say, oh, this is a good idea. Oh, no, this is a totally horrible idea. Come up with something else, please. And also, I think that there are things like accounting or marketing that a lot of people are not good at all, and usually the accounting part is the thing that makes me crazy, and not only me. And we would, I think, really welcome some support from schools as to, for example, outsource the accounting by the school, and that the man who is starting his company doesn't have to think about it all the time, how to do it properly. And yes, so my question is, what could the school do, and what can be done in order to help the student start his own company?
So actually, what I mentioned in my presentation, one of the things I mentioned is contests. I think this is a great opportunity because you see what other people are thinking. And the ideal thing for me, I don't know if it's too ambitious, but maybe we should have an annual contest in which the students at the school present their ideas, and the winner maybe could meet with a business leader. And if this business leader likes the idea, maybe they can invest. So the idea is also that schools should be in contact with business leaders so that they can invest in new projects, and they can learn from the business leaders. But I think the most important thing to happen in schools is to get them develop the idea and present them to the school.
Thank you very much. I don't know if anyone in this room may have had a little flashback at how we conceived the course program that's actually currently presented within the framework of our project under the headline Inspiring the Minds. Because all of that, what you have shown, Matthew and Anna Maria, is actually what we're currently trying out. So we are offering programs for teachers to continue their own horizon in terms of entrepreneurship. We are actually taking our students and placing them in a setting that's not conventional classroom settings. And I distinctly remember last semester, one student, it may have been Dalibor, asking me, "Excuse me, Ms. Baldwin, why don't we have a real classroom? Why do we always have to be in the InnoLab?" So yeah, it's a good concept. It's a challenging concept, and I'm happy to recognize that within this project we're actually trying to do something like this. So thanks for letting me know that there is people in Alicante who are working into the same direction. Chat. Okay. Rainish.
Yeah. I just wrote in the chat, I believe like it was a more generic comment in relation to the questions that were raised, that there can hardly be a committee which could really evaluate. Like they can do it to some extent, but you need a lot of creative space, freedom, including freedom to fail, what Hendrik was saying, because sometimes there are path dependencies, blind spots that people do develop, and someone might come up with an outrageous idea. It doesn't look very promising, but at the end it might succeed. So the trick is always to have this balance. You do provide some help, objective help in evaluating an idea, and at the same time giving this freedom, not discouraging the person. Say, okay, you have to make your decision. If you are convinced, go for it, give it a try. And how to do it so that you can mitigate the risk of failure. To accept the failure, but mitigate the risk. I would say like it's quite tricky, but that's the way. Yeah, thanks. That's what I wanted to add.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Tama, please.
Just a very short comment. I think after the lunch break, there is one presentation or two presentations that maybe will touch the answer of these questions, some of these questions. So please join us after the lunch.
Thank you very much, Tama, for reminding us that there is lunch. Thank you very much to our colleagues in Germany and to our colleagues in Spain. Thank you very much to those of you who have made it out to the University of Applied Sciences, Burgenland. I will now take Tama's hint and invite you all to join us for lunch. Lunch is served over at the Inno/Coffee Lounge. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon and see you back.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for NextGen and its team. Just being, in the Enterprise Hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from a development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for Next-Gen and its team. Just being, in the Enterprise Hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from a development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for NextGen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from the development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for NextGen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on its entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from the development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for NextGen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on its entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from the development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for Next-Gen and its team. Just being, in the Enterprise Hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from a development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for NextGen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from a development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for Next-Gen and its team. Just being, in the Enterprise Hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from a development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for Next-Gen and its team. Just being, in the Enterprise Hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from a development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for Next-Gen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on its entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from a development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for NextGen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from a development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for Next-Gen and its team. Just being, in the Enterprise Hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from a development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for Next-Gen and its team. Just being, in the Enterprise Hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from a development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for Next-Gen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from a development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for NextGen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from a development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
Müssen wir noch warten? Präsentator ist da. Ja, hat schon probiert. We should be fine. So, should I start? So, welcome to our second session. My name is Silvia Ettel-Huber, for those who arrived in the meantime. And I'm Vice Rector for Research and Innovation here at our University of Applied Sciences. And it's a pleasure for me to host a more technical session now. I already told some people during the break now that I hope that I can ask questions or ice-breaking questions. I will try my best, but don't be angry with me if I'm not succeeding. The first presentation is environmental analysis of Varna Lake based on satellite imagery by Valentina Markova, Todor Ganchev, Angel Marinov, and Tama Abu Alam. And presenting is Angel Marinov, as I heard, and not Valentina Markova, who is highlighted in the presentation. The floor is yours.
So, thank you. First, let me say that this is my first face-to-face presentation in about 2 years. So, so if I'm a little bit worried, I hope you you don't mind. Our presentation, again, allow me to read the title again. So it's environmental analysis of Varna Lake based on satellite imagery. So first, a little bit of context. This paper and the other two as well, which we'll present today, are related to one of our projects that is running in the Technical University of Varna. It's the NOWAT project, and within the frames of this project, we are trying to accumulate more knowledge related to one of the bodies of water on the coast of our city. This is Varna Lake. But our main idea is that by accumulating this knowledge, we can present new models and new algorithms, new structures of analyzing data, of presenting data that can be used universally. So basically, this lake is located very close to our city, very close to our university, and it's a good starting point to get some new techniques to see the environmental quality, to assess it, to use new computer techniques, existing computer techniques, and so on. So Professor Ganchev will maybe tell more about the project because he is the coordinator. But basically, we combine real measurements, so chemical analysis, observations, with computer analysis of existing data. And my task and the thing that I'm going to present now is related to analyzing existing data. So how to analyze existing data so we can do a good environmental estimation of bodies of water. And during my study, I tried to check for various data that exists pre our project. So it turns out there are a lot of projects that study this specific body of water, and I think this relates to almost all notable environmental places, let's say. But the data is usually fragmented. It's not specific to something. So actually, it's very specific to something, and it doesn't easily correlate to some algorithm that can be used to predict or to estimate. So actually, most of the data we came across was done for something very specific. It was fragmented. It was not uniform. And I was thinking, okay, so is there some data that is uniform, that is always the same format, that it can be used regardless of if it's a specific project or something? And then this was the satellite imagery. So Europe has several programs, space programs that observe the Earth in various bandwidths ranging from near infrared to visible light to radio waves and so on. And this imagery is constantly taken on regular intervals by the satellites, and it's publicly available. So here was the idea. So it's not something new, but I will tell a little bit more about how we did it and how it can be used. To use the satellite imagery, to use the different bands that are available in order to analyze the environmental state of the lake and do algorithms that can do different predictions, different estimations based on this data. And in the future, combine our measurements with the existing data of the satellite imagery to do the estimation. So actually, let me now say a little bit about Varna Lake. This is the thing that we observe, the thing that we measure. So maybe not very clear, but this is satellite imagery of Varna Lake in RGB colors. So this is in the visual spectrum. But yeah, it's a little bit dark on my computer. It was brighter, but oh well. So this is the lake, and as maybe you can see, some parts of it are near the city, so they are urbanized areas. Some parts on the back are industrial areas, so it's a huge artificial lake. It's very important to urbanization, so mainly in the east, and to industry mainly in the west. So actually, Varna is a tourist city, very busy tourist city, one of the biggest cities in Bulgaria, also with some industry, mostly chemical industry. And the lake is a meeting point of industry and urbanization and tourism in some regards. And that's why it's important to know its environmental status, especially because in the west area, we have three major chemical industries that do, they do, one does cement, one does plastics, and the biggest one, I think, does fertilizers. So they each have some wastewaters going into the lake, which should be clean, but yeah. Also, there is one river that goes into the lake. Maybe you can see it on the left or your left of the screen. It goes like some white trace going into the water. So we developed an algorithm which we used to extract the useful data from the satellite imagery. So this is block diagram of this algorithm. I will not go into the technical details, so just simply explain what we did. What we did was to extract the borders of the lake, its useful borders. Based on these borders, we generated an object which we traced and segmented, so we have different areas and it's easier to calculate. Based on this, we used the service of Sentinel Hub to automatically download useful data. And this data was mainly from the Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-1 programs. Then we analyzed the various images using, it's called mask analysis, to remove data which is not useful, like cloud cover, like other noises that may occur in the imagery. And after that, we did calculation of some indexes that provide useful data. So the indexes are actually combination of various bands of the satellite. So for example, if we look at near infrared, we can detect something. If we combine near infrared with other bands of the satellite, or green or red or something, different band combination leads to indication of different things. So I have listed them there. Maybe I'll tell a little bit about what we look. And after we get the images, we do visualization. And here is something that so this is pretty standard up until this point, but something else that we try to do is use our data that we collected for the lake, so physical data like measurements, like photos, like estimation of places that can contribute to pollution, and mixing them with the images that we get. So, for example, I'll show later, but we look where there is illegal waste dumps in the water. We compare with the images, and we can estimate if these dumps are harmful, the level that they harm, and also through our algorithm, once we know the places, know their effect, we can predict if there is other such places. So this is something relatively new that we did. We combined different data in order to predict and in order to estimate. So I'll show some of the steps. So this is actually the bounds of the lake. We extended the bounds for our analysis inland, so we can also see the inland features. You saw this on the picture. Then we segmented into various different spaces in order to allow for parallel computations and to easily download data. And those are the indexes we looked. So we actually we can divide them by several properties, but usually we look at let's say algae forming, chlorophyll levels, cyanobacteria levels, color of the water, turbidity of the water. We also implemented a plastic detection algorithm to see if we have accumulation of plastics in the lake and so on. And here are some images that show part of this analysis. Regretfully, I'm not an environmental scientist. I can generate these things, but it's very difficult for me to interpret them. But that's why we have environmental department and we work closely with them. And what I said is, this is what we recorded on our physical study. So this is along the lake, and all of these, some of them look like they're built by the municipality, right? It's a good quality builds, but actually all of them are illegal waste connections to the lake. And what we did was we used people that went on the borders of the lake, detected this, and then we know the coordinates precisely. We put them together with our images, and then we can implement algorithms to assess the level of pollution. So based on, let's say, growth of algae, based on plastic accumulation, based on various levels that can be detected of chemical composition and so on. And what we did next was that we used this data to generate a prediction algorithm that can say, okay, this place maybe has some illegal connections, so maybe go check it out. And yeah, basically this is the part of this study. So I did not include so much of the environmental aspect, but I wanted to present the model, the way of using existing data and combining it with real measured data in order to get information and to build algorithms. So the main idea was to present a good example of how you can use big data, which is the satellite imagery, how we can use artificial intelligence, and how we can use environmental studies in order to monitor, in order to predict, and in order to assess. So this is basically on this presentation.
Thank you very much. In here with me, I have one third. Oh, there's a question from Verena. Verena starts. I need to speak to. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, just. Thank you for
for the presentation. It's really cool stuff, I have to say. And I was interested in how you use the different data. So you explained you use the satellite imagery, and you have the pictures from the waste, from the local waste areas near the boundaries or at the boundaries. And do you use artificial intelligence to combine them, or how did you do that? So I'm really interested in combining different kinds of data.
Information. Okay. Yeah. So what we did. So yeah. Usually when you see this, this is just the graphical representation. So usually when we do the algorithm, we don't look at it like this, but the computer looks at each part of the image. So let's say different pixels and different levels. And for example, we know, let's say, for example, that here we have some area with sexual illegal waste collection. And our environmental department, which did the measurements, tell us about the probable effect, right? And then we use all the indexes that we measured, we put them on one side, and then we say the algorithm, this is the result, we put it on the other side. And we do this for all measurements, all places, all measurements, all places. And then we apply different artificial algorithms to it. So for example, if we apply neural network, we apply algorithms such as random forest and things like that. And the algorithm finds the correlation between the data from the pictures and the results. So usually if we sit and look at the pictures, look at the place, look at the picture of the place, our brain can make this connection. It maybe cannot make it, but there should be an equation that sits between the data and the results, and the computer finds this based on one of the algorithms. And this is called training. So we train the algorithm to do this. Based on the training, we have a model, and then we can implement this model to detect, to predict, or to estimate. So I hope this.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it's kind of machine learning?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting, cool. Can I ask another question? Okay. I think the topic is very, very interesting, but I also think it's a political question, what you are doing. So my question is, are you confronting the chemistry industry with your results, or do you work together with them, or and what's your plan to transfer the knowledge?
So, sorry? Maybe Professor Ganchev can answer this because he's the coordinator of the project.
Okay, so you stole my show. I was planning to say a few things at the end, but this is a small national project directly with the national authorities. And small means 200 something thousand euros. It is project of the Technical University of Varna. And one of the objectives is to evaluate the ecosystem of Varna Lake, because it is very important part of the Varna ecosystem. It is near the city, and there are also recreational activities and business activities there. So we need to establish the ground truth through traditional methods. I will explain that in my presentation later on. What NGO is doing is developing technology so that we can establish permanent continuous monitoring system that is using drones, that is using satellite images, that is using sensor networks that will be deployed in the Varna Lake. And it is project from the government. So what we did is, after the initial phase, the analysis, we reported to the municipality and to some, let's say, how do you say this, authorities that are obliged to control the ecological situation. This I cannot really translate the name of this institution because it is a very long abbreviation. And we spoke to them, we exchanged communication, and then some of these areas reported as illegal were not illegal. It is a matter of definition. They were built by municipalities, so they cannot be illegal. What is important here is that we are using this as ground truth in order to develop technology, but also to develop resources. Developing resources, communicating with municipality is one important aspect. The second important aspect is that in this project, we are promoting good practices. We are also talking to the stakeholders, which are all these organizations, NGOs, and commercial entities that operate in the Varna Lake. And we are trying to promote some, let's say, good practices. And even, I would say we are even more ambitious than that. We established working groups, having meetings on the long-term strategy for improving the ecological situation in Varna Lake. So it is also policy making. We plan for the next 10 years. We study examples of how the Lake of Michigan was cleaned, how some other places were cleaned, and we enumerate all the options. And we develop projects, some of them with European funding, to help improve the situation, but also the perspective for this lake. So my short answer is yes, we do policy making. We have this in our action plans. We communicate with municipality and regional authorities for controlling the water body and so on. I cannot even remember what was this organization. And we exchange some opinions. And we also participate in another initiative. I will speak about that later on. It is the European Union initiative for creating digital twin of the Earth, of the planet Earth. And right now we are a partner in a huge project for developing digital twin of the ocean. And we develop a in Varna. And this is not part of my presentation, but I will report a few things. Sorry for taking the word. I'm a professor, I can talk another 2 hours.
So maybe we leave the question part because after the presentation from Angel, it's before the presentation from Angel. If I get it right, you are the presenter for the second paper as well. It's prediction of the viability of satellite imagery in terms of useful data for the purposes of geological analysis by Angel Marinov, Birgan Beradov, Todor Ganchev, Valentina Markova, and Tama Abu Alam. The floor is yours, and once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so the title is pretty long, so I will not repeat it as I did with the previous paper. I'll just go ahead. So again, a little bit of introduction, a little bit of context. So this presentation will give an outline of algorithm we came up. It originally was, the idea for this algorithm was based on our work with Tamer, and it was related to geology. But as you see in the presentation further on, I'll again speak a little bit about the Varna Lake, because you saw the previous images, and those images were used actually to test the algorithm, because I already have them, and this simplified work a little bit. So what is the problem? So I saw this problem when I started working with satellite imagery. So if we look at a satellite image, maybe, I don't know if you noticed on the previous images that I showed that there was one part which was very blurry. And usually if we take an image from the satellite, we have something which we can call useful data and some which is not so useful data. Usually the data that is not so useful is related to abstractions to the thing you want to analyze. Those abstractions can come from various events, which are mainly meteorological in nature. So for example, you can have clouds and then the satellite only monitors clouds, which is not useful if you want to analyze rock formation or you want to analyze a body of water. Then, for example, you can have snow, which again is not so great if you want to analyze some geological formation because it will be covered by snow. This goes the same for vegetations, for accumulation of water due to rain, and several other things that can obstruct a specific type of analysis. And I also saw this with the analysis that I did on the Varna Lake. So usually most of the data that I had was not useful. So then there is the question, okay, but just discard the data that is not useful. I actually did that with the previous analysis, but the problem is that usually when you write program, or let's say it's a script and program, it's basically close. So let's say we write a script that automatically downloads from the server of Sentinel Hub the imagery that you need. And I say, okay, just download all the imagery 3 years back. This actually generates a lot of traffic. And this traffic comes from the servers of Sentinel Hub. And they're usually free. The data they give is usually free, but it's limited. You can pay subscription, and then this limit is increased. But in the end, you're limited to the amount of data you can download. And this is only natural because if everybody starts downloading unlimitedly, then their servers will crash. Also, looking from a sustainable point of view, if you download a lot of unuseful data, this increases energy consumption on servers, on networks, and so on. So in the global context, when working with big data, it's usually a good idea to be able to limit your data access, your data download to only the useful data. So not downloading everything, then discarding the data that is not useful, but to optimize and always get the useful data only. So you don't need to discard data that you have already downloaded, or you discard a minimum amount of it. And actually, the servers of Sentinel Hub already do that. So they can do calculations and offer you images which have less clouds, but still you're asking their servers to do it. And this is something that they have limit on. So if you do this, you're also using your limit on, it's called processing units. So you're using this limit. And economically speaking, this is not so great. So it's good to optimize, even economically. So what we did was we wanted to come up with an algorithm that deals with this. So an algorithm that will allow us to predict the validity of data before we download it. So let's say we wanted to know, okay, this picture will most probably be okay, so we use it on this specific date. So the satellite usually comes at specific dates, which are regulated because it's in a stable orbit around Earth. So you know the dates that you can get the data. And you say, okay, this day, not so good. This day is good, this day, not so good. So if you want to batch download, you download only the days that you think or you know that are good. So how did we do that? As I said, most of the problem comes with meteorological events like cloud cover, snow cover, rain cover, accumulation of water, accumulation of vegetations, and things like that. So what we did was we created an algorithm. It's another block diagram with a lot of steps. We created an algorithm that uses weather data. So weather data is more easily downloaded than satellite data, because in weather data for a specific day you have 10 variables. So you download 10 numbers, like you download temperature, you download precipitation, atmospheric pressures, all the data for the weather is just 10 numbers, 20 numbers. It is significantly less than downloading, let's say, 100 megabyte picture with all the bands. Yeah. So what we did was we used satellite imagery that we had. We extracted the so-called masks. So the mask marks an area which is not useful for the reasons you can see there. So it could be some invalid data, some snow, some water, vegetation, clouds, and things like that. And we use the weather data, and we use the masks to form training, to train an algorithm based on, it's called random forest. It's a kind of decision-making algorithm, which you can put the weather data and it will say yes or no. So almost like a binary solution. So it can say yes, this day has very high chances that the data there is valid, or no, this day will not yield valid data. And when we train the model, we try to using it with specific tasks. So we say, okay, this day is okay, no, yes. And we actually, some of the data, I will skip this. So I used this segmented model of the lake to train the model because I already had the data. So it was a simplified task. And I did this for the different segments. So this allowed me to multiply the training data. And actually it performed pretty good. So I trained it with about 300 images. So this maybe sound technical, but I trained it with 300 images and actually get pretty good results. So the algorithm has prediction rate of about 90% accuracy, let's say. So 90% of the times its predictions were good, which is okay, because we download only 10% data, which can be considered invalid if we use it. And we are currently trying to integrate this as an online tool, put together with Tamer. He will maybe tell a little bit more on this in his presentation tomorrow. And yeah, this was more technical, but it's a way of, let's say, dealing with data and maybe at some point related to sustainability and related to circular economy. We should always know that data is not free, even if it's free, because it usually comes from servers, which are powered by electricity. And when we draw data that is not useful, we then increase the consumptions of the servers. So
I join you to ask for questions. Are there any questions?
Actually, I have a technical one related to the previous presentation. You said your boundary is including the lake and a bit of the land.
Yeah.
So the first question is, does the resolution enough to see the difference, the pollution or any environmental difference between the land and the lake?
Okay, so on the previous one, which had the lake and the land, I do the analysis only on the lake. The part that I take from the land is to be easier to estimate where potential pollutants are, but I don't analyze outside of the lake. So I apply algorithm that detects the water, and I only do analysis in the contour of the water. Outside, I only use to mark the places, let's say, of the waste dumps or some factory or something like this. And about the resolution, usually different bands have different resolution. And from the analysis we did, it was sufficient for some of the analysis, but insufficient for others. So, for example, resolution was insufficient, in my opinion, to detect plastics, because we used an algorithm for plastic detection, which is usually used for oceans, where you have large accumulations but it was not so good for the lake. But for example, if you want to analyze cyanobacteria or algae or something like this, the resolution is, I think, sufficient. So it depends on the analysis. But for the images we did on the lake, we used the maximum resolution that was supported by the Sentinel Hub 2, which I think was like 10 meters per. Each pixel represents 10 by 10 meters.
So you think in general this method can also used on land?
Yeah, but depends on, because all the indexes we used were for water. So if you use the same indexes for land, they will not give that information. But for land we use different indexes.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Actually, I have a question. Technical one too.
No.
You say the accuracy of the algorithm was estimated at approximately 90%. How accurate does an algorithm have to be useful? What percentage are you aiming for before you say this is useful or not?
Usually for those type of algorithms, something which is above 90% is considered good. Depends on the variability and depends on the thing you want to achieve. Here, 90% is good because it already reduces a significant number of data that is not useful. And even if we download some data that is not valid, we just filter it. So it's already an improvement on just patch downloading. So for this specific 90%, I think it's pretty good. But it will be better to increase it because within this 90%, I talked only for rejection of invalid data, but within this 90%, it's also possible to reject valid data as well. But usually something above 90% is considered good. I thought it was the estimation here, but
Question?
Thank you. Yeah, just one question. You mentioned here future work can include more tests for various places. What would you assume is then an additional training phase necessary for each place, or could you use what you already have? Or how would you do this?
Yeah, this is a good question. Maybe I subconsciously skipped it. Yeah, but if we apply this algorithm, for example, how we applied it to something that is, let's say, body of water with limited amount of land, can be different if you apply it to a desert area or if you apply it to, let's say, an Alpic area with mountains and things like that. It can give different results due to different weather, different location, different geological features. So this is actually something of a start of this idea. If in order to be correct and to work correctly, it has to be trained over a broader data set. So here our data set is very narrow. It is just a specific place just to test out the concept. But if we want to apply it to be universal, we have to broaden the data set. This doesn't mean it has to be tested for each specific place, but more likely to be tested for different places with different, broader.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one more question. I wouldn't be a member of the Department of Business Studies if I didn't want to know now this online tool. Who is your target audience? Who is your target customer of this online tool? Who can use it?
Maybe again I can again relate responsibility to someone. Maybe Tamer can give more information on that.
Yeah. So actually, I would like to say this idea, the base of the CloudEARTHi project. This is the idea that I started to work on November 2020. And then we got a bit of fund, not so much, very like 20,000 euro. And then we try, they asked to develop it a bit. And then I start to develop it like the concept. And then we start to build the consortium of the CloudEARTHi, and then start to shift more toward education. So this is the basic, the root of the CloudEARTHi. So yeah, so actually it's made, or the base concept of it is made for researcher. It's open access for anyone, but it will be mainly for researcher, and this will be linked. Maybe I will explain it more for tomorrow presentation. But it can be a very good tool for students in order, because this is something related to big data. So we can train students how can use big data in order to understand the environment. So it's mainly made for researchers, but definitely it can be used for students. Yes.
Another question, we're good now, schedule. If not, we hand over the floor. That's Thank you very much. The next presentation is on environmental study of Varna Lake based on chemical analysis of lake bed samples by Todor Ganche, Valentina Markova, Antje Marino, and Tama Abu Alam. And
thank you very much.
It's not 2 hours left, but 20 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. So, this project, CloudEARTHi, is about data, big data. Data I would translate as knowledge. And then based on this knowledge, we may have various ideas for creating some studies, further studies, creating some technologies, or creating some kinds of business. And I will shortly present the creation of resources. These are heterogeneous data that we collect through different means in order to build up and go to big data that will enable the next steps: technology, businesses, educational activities. This is the context I'm sharing with you. And actually, this project, this small project called Varna Lake, is part of a multifaceted plan that we are working on now for 3 years. And it is in the direction of creating, first of all, platform, a simulation platform, which is part of the digital twin of the Earth. It is advertised for the last 2 or 3 months by the European Commission, but we work on that already for 3 years. And I mentioned already that we are a partner of a huge flagship program of the European Commission, which is investing in creating digital twin of the ocean. It is the Iliad project. And in this project, we are using resources in order to create models and technology that will enable creating new ways to make business. We are creating environment that first allow us to do business better, but then to create new kind of business. And within this project, we have a marketplace of applications, marketplace which we call application bazaar, which means that we offer services and tools, most of them on the mobile phone, which are open source, that will be, let's say, resources that companies can use in order to develop their own products and services. And then we are a partner in Euphoria project. It is project managed by Junior Achievement. society. It is a multinational society, which this year was nominated for Nobel Prize in one of the categories. And this project, Euphoria, is mostly to promote some specific knowledge to young people and motivate them to start their own business. And these are startups, but not only. In this project, we have the local universities in Varna, and we have also the IT cluster, right? And we have partners from other countries, from Poland. I'm not sure if we have from Austria, but we have from various old Europe countries. And the idea is to promote and to spread knowledge, and mostly to motivate people to start experimenting. And as in one of the earlier presentation was explained, yes, failure is an option. And we support young people to start, and we actually trying to help them to succeed. But if they do not, they lose nothing. They accumulate experience. This was a short introduction to the context of my presentation. Otherwise, most of the things were already explained by Angel. We are trying to accumulate a database, resources, which has our use case in the Varna Lake, which is part of the ecosystem of Varna. And it is very important for the well-being of citizens. It is very important for the business of Varna. And it is very important for the universities of Varna because, this doesn't work for me, but because here in this area of the lake, several universities already own land and are promoting their ideas. Medical University developed a recreational area. To Varna plans, the Technical University of Varna plans to build a polygon, first for training of navigation, marine specialists. These are navigators and captains of ships. And we also plan to use this polygon for testing automated technology, working on autopilots for ships, autonomous ships and things like that. We have a polygon and we have an investor trying to develop, it will be, I think, the second in the world polygon that is developed for automated tests of technology. This is a project for now. We have some, let's say, investor, we have the plans, we are waiting the municipality to say, okay, go on. And they have problems with us because of our, let's say, studies. And what you see here on the right side is the Varna Bay. And here is the port of Varna. And there are channels, navigation channels that connect the Varna Bay with the Varna Lake. And there are two channels, the old one and the new one. And we selected this area for evaluating the sediments and the quality of water, and also to see the build-up of chemicals and oil products. Because this area now is exploited for many years. You see industrial companies here, and also some of them here. This is urban area, this is urban area. In between, you have something that you don't know what is this. And our project actually selected two areas, this blue, and another one in the middle of the lake, because this is very important area that will be urbanized in the next 3 years. It is in the plans of the mayor to build a new complex here in this area. And we selected these specific areas in order to evaluate if what they are planning to do is, let's say, sufficient, or they have to do some extra steps, clean the water, clean the sediments, special things like that. So within this project, we developed a strategy to sample the sediments every 200 meters. This grid is, let's say, here in the middle is something like 200 meters resolution. We use traditional methods, divers, to go down, to collect samples. We do chemical studies, and we develop a digital map of the areas. This is just one of the areas, and study some chemical elements and study the pollution with oil products. It is difficult to read. These small circles are pies that explain the components, and red means bad. There is plenty of iron and copper in some areas, not so much arsenic and mercury, but we study a long list of chemicals and oil products, and we developed this digital map, which is a resource that is used to correlate the results with other projects. There is another small project focused on biodiversity. A team of PhD students and professors are working on correlating the pollution with the actual biodiversity of this area. We are also using the digital maps in the other project for the digital twin of the ocean. We are also modeling some objects using virtual reality. We are trying to estimate the risk, first for navigation through the channels, second for the businesses that operate already in the lake. Some of them are oriented towards aquacultures. Some of them are just exploiting the area for fishing and collecting shrimp and other, let's say, goods from the sea and from the lake. What is interesting is that we were able to identify the gradient of pollution. And some of the results were not surprising because we know where the factories are. And some of the results were surprising because we identified what was accumulated over 10 or 20 or maybe 30 years. This is a case study. We did not cover the whole lake, but we have a pretty good intuition what is the baseline. So based on this data, we are developing a plan of 3 scenarios. First, if we don't do anything, what will happen in 5 years, in 10 years? What will happen if we do the minimum effort together with municipality just to stop polluting this area, maybe to have small projects for cleaning the sediments? They do have such efforts, which are mainly through the navigation channels, but they do not clean inside the lake. And we study the good practices of other lakes that were undergoing some cleaning. I mentioned already in USA and some in Europe. And we also have the most ambitious scenario when the government, the Bulgarian government, is actually engaged in improving the situation, because Varna is the 3rd biggest city and 350,000 people are living quite close to the ecosystem of Varna Lake. And it is important to have good quality of life, not to get sick because of the pollution. And what is important is that we also have some communication with the European institutions who are willing to invest, to have a case study, a project that is oriented toward improving the situation. Of course, our local authorities were somehow, what to say, they were not pleased that we published the specific results, but what they understand is that we are helping. We are trying to help them to cope with the situation. So this small project was a case study to show that in order to start developing technology or business or whatever, you need to have the ground truth. A fair estimation done in traditional ways. Having the data, you can think of developing technology, what Angel actually were presenting. He was showing how satellite images could be used for analyzing these areas. Having ground truth data makes it easy to compare how good is technology. Also, our municipality needs to be activated to invest more in the well-being of Varna and the citizens. And then we are having a playground to do research, not only, but to experiment with different options, biological, technological, to clean. And they are good options because some sort of bamboo and some algae and some other things are having this property to clean the water. And we also got in contact with a company from Israel. They suggest how we can actually exploit this as a resource to make money. So this is how somehow the happy end of it. I hope you enjoy it.
Questions? Thank you.
So my question is to the last thing that was added. What did the Israelis say that could be monetized on this project?
It is possible that we use some aquacultures that can be used first to capture carbon from the atmosphere, and then use some of their life cycle. It's specific. I'm not a biologist. I probably do not explain it well, but we use algae. We grow algae, and then we use them to make fuel out of this. And this is kind of sustainable because you can sell the fuel. And then the compact material that remains from this process could be used for chemical fertilizers, but some of them are very polluted, so you can use them in a different way to store them somewhere, to pile up, and after some time to use it as a resource of iron or of copper. And these pollutions were localized in places where ships sank at some time, and nobody remembers. So there are several ships that sank in the Varna Lake in the last 100 years. I would say more than 10. So they were localized as a resource that can be extracted and probably.
Okay. And my second question: what is the biggest pollutant? Are those that ships or
Iron.
Iron.
The worst one.
It's the worst one.
It is in the sediments in huge areas. In the specific ones, maybe in 30% of the areas that we studied, there is iron above the European regulations because It was surprising, actually.
Mhm.
We expected oil products. We expected some components from the factories. And you mentioned there are 3 huge factories: cement, plastic producing, and how did you fertilizer? Yeah, sorry for my English. Fertilizer. We expected that there will be the great problem. It was iron.
Hi. Hello. Yes, sorry, just a question. You mentioned briefly working with Europe and the European Commission. I was wondering if any of your studies were part of the European Commission fitness check on the Water Framework Directives, or if if you're involved in such projects to give them the data.
We haven't.
Thank you.
I know that now just opened a new call, which is focused on near sea areas, lakes, and some colleagues from the Black Sea Institute contacted me yesterday. I was traveling on my way to here, but some colleagues from the Black Sea Institute sent me a message that this call is open and the deadline is in few months, and we should do something because they saw our publications on this. And I meant the Life Plus program because they do have significant instruments to help us deal with the situation in the Varna Lake. There are these biodiversity projects, and then there are projects oriented to environmental measures for dealing with pollution.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It's very interesting what you're doing in your research. I have a question on the scenarios. You mentioned you developed 3 scenarios.
Yes.
Can you explain how you developed the scenarios? Thank you.
I'm not an expert, so I can say whatever. Here I'm in my quality of project coordinator, so in theory I should understand all the aspects, but we have a team of several experts who work in close collaboration with NGOs and with the national authorities. And this is activity which has not ended. For now, we have formulated the 3 specific scenarios. If we do nothing, if we do minimum effort, and if we actually invest in order. This project will finish in October, so by that time we'll have the answer. I don't know the answer. I have the framework, what we are aiming to.
Another question.
You mentioned that
you mentioned that you basically did a survey of illegal wastewater connections. I mean, how illegal can they continue to be if you can actually point to where they're coming from?
They were 17. Yeah, thanks for this question. It is kind of important. We using drones. We surveyed the whole area of Varna Lake and some boats as well. And there were 17 questionable areas. Angel showed some of them. So we decided to ask the municipality and the local authorities, what is this? It is illegal. And they said they sent me a letter back and explaining that, okay, they were built, some of them by the municipality, and for this and this purpose, some of them are, how to say, designed to be this way. They are not completely illegal because they were planned for the specific. And then I sent another letter asking, what about the pollution? Do you monitor the pollution? And then another institution answered that yes, they are monitoring the pollution. So illegal was kind of interpretation of our team. We were familiar that nobody we were aware that nobody is paying attention. We raised the alarm, but then the municipality told us that only 2 of those 17 were actually not wanted to be this way. And most of what Angel saw was channels that are used to collect the rainwater and channel this to the city to Varna Lake. So basically, 2 of them are unknown, probably illegal, and they were made by some, let's say, unknown, unidentified organizations. So this is a little bit disappointing because I wanted to go to the TV and say we have 17 illegal, but for 2, I don't know. Say unidentified, like UFO, unidentified, so they stole my victory.
Some questions?
Just basic organizational questions, because you've done a lot of work here on this project between the divers and all those chemical sampling. How many people worked on the project?
Our team is more than 20 people.
Okay.
And we subcontracted the divers and the chemical lab. We have a certified chemical laboratory in Burgas, another city which is 100 kilometers from Varna. It is on the Black Sea, and they have a certified laboratory because in that city is one of the oil production companies on the Balkans, one of the 3, I believe. So they have a certified laboratory which we use. More than 20 people are working, not counting the PhD students who are working for free.
How many PhD students are involved?
More than 5.
Okay.
More than 5.
Big team. Big team. Big challenge for the coordinator, the project lead.
No, actually, no. It is a big challenge in some of the other projects where we are 56 partners.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a small project. It's a small budget, so it's kind of easy. And it is very focused. We create resources. This is the base, the ground for technology and everything. So we count this for science.
Hi, sorry, Megan. Just wondering, with all the data you've accumulated and the resources you have you been approached by some NGOs to use that and to communicate that, or even to some enterprise to use it and buy it off you or something?
We offer this for free. It will be made publicly available in October after the project ends. We already exchanged data with the Institute of Oceanology. We have such an institution in Bulgaria. We have no ocean, but we have Institute of Oceanology. And we have the Bulgarian Academy of Science. And we exchange data, and we plan to make the data publicly available and also develop a service that shows the situation to the citizens, to everybody who is interested. This is important for the business, for the NGOs, as a baseline in order to develop their own project. What we aim is to create ecosystem of partners that care about the Varna Lake.
Yeah, does it relate to, like, the bathing water qualities and the blue flag that you can get and all those things as well?
Yeah, I would not say that we don't care, but it's not our profile. We are engineers, and we create tools and the platform environment where the others can actually
benefit of this information. In general, nobody goes to the lake.
So thank you very much. I think we can ask some more questions. And thank you very much for being so understandable for us and making it so easy to have an interdisciplinary discussion on the heart of the project. I'm really, really delighted. I love it. I have many questions and but I thank you to the coffee break
Thank
now.
you very much.
Until 2:45, quarter to 3 o'clock. Have a little walk in the sun, have a coffee, and enjoy the last session of quarter to 3 with my colleague Verena.
And some students are waiting for your questions.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for NextGen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of a program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from the development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for NextGen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from the development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for NextGen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from the development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor and talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for NextGen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from the development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for NextGen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira. The Student Enterprise Hub has been a fantastic resource, not only for production and actually developing the software, but as a place to talk with other entrepreneurs and get their feedback, not only from a development point of view, but also from legal and other just input from anyone.
My favorite thing about EI are the business advisors and the fact that you can access such a valuable service completely for free. It's really cathartic just to go to a business advisor, talk through some of the trials and tribulations of being an entrepreneur, and just share your story with someone who's completely willing to help and listen.
We're a medtech startup that began our journey with Edinburgh Innovations. This really helped us improve our business skills and meet like-minded people on similar journeys to us. We also managed to meet investors, gain funding, and take our company to the next level. I'm now pleased to be able to tell you that we're starting development in our prototype.
I'm co-founder of Social Stories Club, and I've been in touch and working with Edinburgh Innovations for 7 years now. And my favourite thing about Edinburgh Innovations is the wonderful community of entrepreneurs who are making an impact in the world. And we've done a lot of collaborations with these different entrepreneurs who we've met through Edinburgh Innovations in the Student Enterprise Hub.
I think Edinburgh Innovation has been amazing for NextGen and its team. Just being, in the enterprise hub, working with other entrepreneurs, challenging each other's, exchanging ideas, and also, being part of this ecosystem where you can pitch to investors, be part of program, meeting with mentors, advisors. I think it's really like an amazing opportunity for any students that want to work on this entrepreneurial project.
Edinburgh Innovations has been incredible in the development of my company, Alira.
So we have
great discussions going on in the coffee break area, so we take 1 more minute for waiting. So we have poster presentations from students presenting their business ideas developed during courses, and now the participants of the conference were discussing their ideas. Okay. Thank you for taking part in the next session. We are going to have a great discussion about inspiring the minds, like we talk about mindsets, entrepreneurial mindsets, or kind of entrepreneurship educations for future entrepreneurs. We're going to talk about leadership. We're going to talk about a study about female entrepreneurs. And the first presentation will be from Tema Abu Alam, which is about inspiring the minds, a project he mentioned this morning, and I'm really excited to get more insights about this. The floor is yours. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, and it's a pleasure again to be here with you. First of all, let me make a short summary of the 2 sessions of the morning. In the morning, we have 2 types of sessions. We have sessions that we discussed more toward education, and we have the technical session that was just before the last break. And in the education session, there is a lot of questions raised up. How we can develop new courses, how we can match the need of society, and so on. So actually, very happy to present this proposal. It's inspiring the mind, embedding inclusion, diversity, and climate action into the academic environment. Doesn't work? Yeah. Yes. Actually, I would like to start the presentation with the point of view of the students, because we are working from the academic sector or business sector, but here because we are working with education, so actually our customer is a student. So we would like to hear a bit about the students.
My name is Farahim Juma. I'm the CEO and founder of Shasha Network. We're a soft skills personal development platform for high students in Africa, helping them unlock their opportunities and global prospects. Now, education is very key in the journey of an entrepreneur. We go through education because higher education gives us an opportunity to get the credibility that we require when we go out into the market. It is the litmus test that shows people in the market that this person has been tried and tested, but it also gives us the network to be able to go in and partner with people. Now, that's very crucial for sustainability in the circular economy because it's not an isolated journey. We do not exist in a silo. So as an early stage entrepreneur, it is important to have exposure to the circular economy, what different stakeholders are doing, and how we can be active participants in the future of a greener economy. The University of Edinburgh has been a heaven for my entrepreneurship journey because, first of all, I did my Master's in Entrepreneurship and Innovation here. And being able to have industry experts come and provide cases of how they're solving problems is really important for an entrepreneur, as giving me the front row seat in seeing how people are solving problems, being part of incubator programs which are run by the university, where there's a domain expertise focusing on bridging your gap in terms of your skills and the early capital needed for you to prototype and create and test your product, has been very instrumental through the various programs that they've provided for me. The relationship with sustainability and the circular economy really hit a very close nerve around last year because of COP. Being based in Scotland, that was one key area that we're focusing on. So there was a lot of training and media exposure, but there's so much more opportunity for that to be ingrained in curriculum and getting young people to think deeply about it. I would never think twice about being engaged in the circular economy because that's important not only for us but for future generations to come and to do business in a very sustainable way.
So maybe the sound was not high enough, but just I can summarize it. Actually, the students agree that with all of your opinion during the morning session, it's very important to have type of education that inspires the mind of the students and link it with the business. Even he just said one sentence in the middle that he appreciates that the business people go to Edinburgh Innovation and they give them, like, transfer the knowledge to the students. Of course, he also highlights things related to environmental and sustainability and circular economy, which is not the topic of this presentation, but it's topic for other presentation of our conference. If you still remember, this was our action plan for the CloudEARTHi, and this is the 4 main domain. And actually, the project that I present today is something to do with domain number 4, to enhance the quality of the education and courses. So hopefully we will get this fund, and if we got it, this sort of sustainability of this domain. So now, if we try to link this lecture, and I try to highlight the question that you highlighted during the morning session, is it possible to come up with an innovative methodology for creating new courses that prepare students for the labor market? I think this was the main point that we tried to discuss today morning. And actually, this is the Inspire the Mind concept. How we can come with a new methodology, new way, in order to meet or try to bridge the mismatch gap of the knowledge, the mismatch gap of skills of the students. So we, as academic, we can create new courses. We have the skills, we have the knowledge, we can create new courses, right? But this new courses is normally built based on our point of view as academic. And this creates the mismatch. So actually our point of view is a bit different than the labor or than the business market or than the NGO or any place that our student will work. So normally creating courses from the point of view of just academic or just teacher or just professors, most probably with the time will create mismatch in the skills, because we just see the problem from one side. So how we can overcome skill mismatch and try to find a way to create courses meet the need of the society. So this is an Inspiring the Mind. This is a project. This is a project was submitted to Erasmus Plus. We are again bridge together the relation between the three part of the knowledge triangular, the academic sector presented by university, the Arctic University of Norway, University of Alicante, Istanbul University, NGO represented by Solco in Italy, and the business sector by G-Force in Slovakia. So how can we do that? So actually at the beginning, we tried to develop a framework for creation of courses, but this framework actually is a bit different than normal courses. In this framework, the objective of the courses, the method of assessment, the topic of the course is designed by the business partner or by the stakeholder, not by them. So for this, we suggest to have a phase of discussion, bring a stakeholder to this discussion, to the university, or we can go to them, just small groups, according to the topic that we are trying to solve. Is it IT? We can go for IT companies. If it's something related to biodiversity, we go for companies or NGOs that work with biodiversity, just to see what they need, and sit together with the academic people in order to build the framework of the course, the objective of the course. Then we start to create the course material, and there is no problem because all the academic have the knowledge to build this course material. And after that, we'll go for 2 phases or 2 pilot of phases of teaching. So we have 1 year of teaching. First year just to teach the course as like pilot phase, get feedback from the student, present this feedback to the business sector or our partner, and then they will evaluate the result and say, okay, you as academic, you succeeded to build a nice course. We happy with the outcome. Or no, we are not fully happy, we need to change this or that. And then we'll go for the second round of the pilot teaching. Also, we would like to build this model for long term. We can do that only for 1 course. We have the fund for it. We can run it for 2 years. We will have perfect course, and that's all. But we need to build framework for all the university. So, and this, the only way to do it is to build long-lasting relation between the collaboration between academia, business, and non-government institutes. So try to make like exchange between them. And this is simply by bring people from NGO, bring people from the academic sector to the university, giving lecture, sitting with the academic people, just discuss, and bring people from the academic sector to the business sector and to NGO sector just for a couple of weeks, like term of internship, just sitting there, discussing with the business sector, see their mind, try to develop new project, new ideas, new collaboration. And based on this, you can, or the academia can have sort of resources in order to build more courses. Then this is for students. It's sort of internship. So actually we have in this program sort of internship. So the students who will be with us for 1 year almost pilot phase. Some of them will get like internship for a month or so just to go and try to apply the theoretical background that they got from the course into the business sector, try to apply it as a practical sense. Of course, we have this concept to transfer the model. So by the end of this experiment, and this is why we have our Istanbul Technical University, because Istanbul Technical University is an associate partner, and the main aim of this is to see if this model, this experiment will be applied, can be applied for other universities or not. So actually after 2 years, after 1 year and a half, we will try to run the same model, but in Istanbul, to see if the same need or we need to change the model in order to fit other university, another culture. And of course, we will try to launch the Inspiring Innovation Hub, and this is sort of extension or sustainable factor for the CloudEARTHi Digital Hub. So actually, the Inspiring Innovation Hub, this will be linked somehow to the CloudEARTHi Digital Hub. So by this way, we try to maximize the impact toward more knowledge-based society. This is how we see this project can affect the society. So actually, we try to inspire the mind of the academic, try to create new courses. But by the way, they will transfer this way of thinking to the students. And the students after 2 years, they will go to the market and they will work for companies, they will work for business sector, for government institute, and by this way, they will change their institutes. And by this, we can make change for society in general. As a topic, we try to, or we decide to choose this topic, Green Deal and diversity, to be the 2 topics that we will try to make courses related to this, simply because Green Deal will not happen without inclusive other member in our society without getting all inside. Actually, this is a concept in the Green Deal that leave no one behind. So we need to include everyone. So actually, this project has several objectives. The first one is to create a new method to involve business sector or different stakeholders in order to design courses at the university. And this involvement start from day one, from defining the objective, try to see the assessment method, try to evaluate the course with the students. Maybe after 2-3 years, they can come again and to evaluate the course again to see if it's still valid or not. But also, we try to choose a topic that is very interesting to you and very interesting for our society. And of course, this is sort of a synergy with the CloudEARTHi, because we try to make domain number 4 in the CloudEARTHi more sustainable. And I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. But a very interesting project. I already love the project. So, are there any questions? Not now.
No. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe I missed the point, but so how did it work in Istanbul? What was the experience?
For them?
Yes.
This is a good question. Actually, it's technical university.
Okay.
It's not related to the topics that we choose, which is which is Green Deal and diversity in society. And this is the point. We try to choose another topic. So another environment. It's not in EU. It's Middle East way of thinking, and the topic itself will be a different topic. So we just try to apply the method. Can we use this method to develop new courses with different trends, different topics, or not? So this did I get your question right?
Yes, and did it work?
No, it's just proposal.
Ah, okay.
So actually, we are waiting the result. So most probably it will be in June. So next month.
Then another question?
No, it was to comment that it was a proposal and that we don't still have results because we don't know the outcome of the call. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So I put myself on the list as well. I have a question. You mentioned the partners, the business partners, or the labor market itself. And it's a little bit critical question. So when we ask the labor market what they need, it's actual status. So how do we take care that the skills we teach are so innovative that the students are innovative at the companies when they left the university? Do you understand what my question is about? So,
not really.
I try to ask in another way. How do you choose your business partners? Are these innovative companies or are these huge companies? So what are the criteria for the companies you choose?
So at the beginning, for the partner, for GeForce, actually GeForce is accelerator. We are working together in the CloudEARTHi. They are mainly focused on the Green Deal things. So they accelerate Green Deal companies or companies that work with environment, biodiversity, things like this. And we have Solco, this NGOs that work with society, minor people in society and people with disability or so. So how we will choose a business partner, this is the responsibility of GeForce. But normally we try to find business partners who are in the topic. And how we will develop the course, actually, we have to meet the need of the business partner because this is the final customer of us. We produce the students, and the students, after 2-3 years, they are going and work with the business partner. So actually, our customer is the business, not even the students. So we need to hear them to see what they need in order to develop the course in the way that will be very interesting. And the point of the innovation in the model itself, that you have like 1 year of theoretical teaching. And this theoretical teaching, the objective of this teaching was built by this company, this business partner. But after this, we have like internship, where the students will go to this business partner to apply what they studied. So it will be somehow innovative.
Thank you. Very interesting. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Yeah, just question. So it's actually, the context is quite funny because when I was having a beer in Varna, I overheard one gentleman that he was complaining that he was to the business and he was invited to give feedback for a program. And he was very unhappy that they didn't include his feedback. So, you know, the same thing, you asked the business, but they didn't include it. And I was like, oh my God, I hope that this guy does not complain for our university. And happily it was not. It was for another university in the city. But I kind of understand the problem by overhearing his conversation, that he was saying, I want students to be taught how to work with documents. I only want this. When they come to my company, they will do only documents. And in the program, they included drawings, they included some things that are innovative, but I wanted documents. And, you know, because you say that, okay, we need to make it more innovative, more interesting to students, and then the business comes and documents. So if we find such a discrepancy, is there a way to do it so they're happy, students are happy, we're happy?
Actually, I would like to highlight this. If you see at the end, my last slide, that we build, it's one course, which has two end members, the Green Deal and the diversity or inclusivity in society. So we teach the student, or this course will include both two end members. So the content of the course will include both of them. If we go in more detail, so you as a business partner, you can say, I am interested in this topic. Great. But there is other business partners who are interested in other topics. So if we start to collect 10 business partners with 10 topics, by the end, we will have a subject or a course with 10 or 20 different topics. So for you as a business partner, your topic is there. That's enough. Or this, from my point of view, you can say, I have to see the course just for that. Because you can't control the student, you know. Student after 4 years, they need a lot of skills. Not only this point. So you need to have a course that covers a wide range of skills, because if you just make the course focus on one point, you will run into another problem. Again, mismatch in the skills, because not all of your students will go to work in the same topic at this point. So you need to have a little bit flexibility and include more than your need. This is my point of view.
Thank you very much. A short question is possible? Yes, Comment. I think that it's very important for universities to provide graduates that match the market, but also the market needs to understand that what they sometimes are looking for isn't really an educated, university-educated personnel. So I think that there is a bit of a discrepancy in the understanding. Also, while we are here to educate people, we're not like the wish fulfillment of the industry. There is still some value to education that goes beyond the marketable need.
Yes.
That's exactly what they were
Yeah,
saying.
I completely agree with you. And this is the slide that I try. I hope I can get it back. This one. Actually, you see the two people, the business and the academic sector in between. So we don't bring the business sector to the academia or academia to business. We just try to find a way in between. So in our context, in this project context, that business people will come to university to teach or to transfer knowledge, but academia will go to business also to teach and transfer knowledge. And by this way, we try to tell to the business, okay, we are limited. We can do something for you. We are existing, but students need more training, because, you know, there is no student who will come from the university 100% go to the job market. So they need some polishing from the business sector themselves.
Thank you very much. The next presentation will be from Carrie-Louise Zimmermann from the University of Bremen, and she will hold her presentation online. And I saw she's already there. Yeah, we see her. So please, Zimmermann, can you open your presentation? Yeah, looks great. Okay, thank you. Frau Zimmermann? Frau Zimmermann? Sie sind noch unmuted, glaube ich.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And you can still see my slides, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, so yeah, hello. Sorry for the delay. I had problems actually to unmute myself. I'm very happy to be here today. Actually, I wanted to be on site with you and have my presentation at the Fachhochschule Burgenland. However, due to several circumstances, I couldn't make that happen. However, I'm very happy that this is a hybrid event and that I have the chance to present today online. So, oh, just a second. Okay, good, working. So, yeah, my name is Carrie-Louise Zimmermann, and I'm working at the Chair of Sustainability here at the University of Bremen. And I'm currently focusing on developing a master's program for sustainable leadership. And something I want to present you today is sustainable leadership. And I called it Towards a Mindset-Based Course of Studies for Sustainable Entrepreneurship. However, I'd like to inform you that this is still a working title and it will probably change with time. So, okay, to introduce you. So my research at the moment is basically built on Theory U, on the Theory U of Otto Scharmer, who is a researcher at the MIT in the US. And Otto Scharmer said that presented that there are different divides. So we have, for example, the social divide, which we can see by poverty or inequality. Then the ecological divide, which is represented by the loss of biodiversity, for example, or climate change. And then the spiritual divide, which can be, well, an example is that in the last 45 years, the suicidal rate had increased by 60%. And all these divides are, well, are the results of actions that we take, also actions that we take in businesses, especially as managers and leaders. And these actions are built on specific decisions. And these decisions, on the other hand, are influenced by a mindset that we have. For example, Carol Dweck differentiated between two mindsets, like the fixed mindset and the growth mindset. While people with a fixed mindset try to avoid challenges, they give up easily and may be threatened by the success of others. The growth mindset, or people with the growth mindset, see effort rather as required to build new skills, and they find inspiration in the success of others and so on. So, and this mindset actually influences the decision we make and also the decisions, for example, sustainable leaders or leaders in general make. And then there's another aspect that's influencing the decisions, and those are the decision-making premises. And I would like to go a little deeper into these decision-making premises and what's meant by that. So if we talk about sustainable leadership, we actually distinguish between 3 different levels of ambition for sustainable management. And all these ambitions are interrelated with the decision-making premises. And the low level of ambition for sustainable management, for example, is if we add to the traditional management that we all, or that people and students learn when they're studying business economics, if we add the eco-efficiency, this is what we call the low level of ambition. Why is this? Well, with the traditional management, it's very important, or to give you an example of these decision-making premises, one decision-making premises is, for example, that the product that I'm producing must be functional and profitable. So this is really important, and these decision-making premises influence the decision I make on the product, for example. And with the aspect of sustainability, another decision-making premises arose, and this is eco-efficiency. And with eco-efficiency, it's meant that, for example, with the same amount of resources, we can either create more products or produce more products, or the same product can be produced by using less resources. And then we have eco-efficiency. So it's making profits through efficiency. And this is what then is called, or when sustainability is understood as a win-win situation. Then we have the medium level of ambition for sustainable management, and this is when responsibility is added. And responsibility, if we stand sustainability as a responsibility, we can see this in the field of companies, for example, when they have corporate social responsibility, or that they are more focusing that the products that are created are also ethically conform. And this is very important. This is a very important aspect, is that there's also another aspect of sustainability, and this is substance preservation. Of course, if we do not secure our substance, and also businesses, if they don't secure the substance of the resources that they are living from, then they won't survive in the long term. And this means if I choose this decision-making premise, substance preservation, that I have to invest into the resources, and I have to avoid to use more resources than can recover. So with regard to climate change, for example, this would mean for companies to not emit more carbon dioxide than the Earth is able to transform into oxygen at the same time, just to give an example. So here, so the underlying energy is that we, with substance preservation, so if we choose the decision-making premise of substance preservation, the underlying energy is that we want to keep Mother Nature healthy, so to really have Earth in the long term that we can live from, and then housekeeping as an economic rationality, which means that I'm not using more resources than can recover in the same time. Okay, what does this has to do with sustainable leadership? Well, as I just said, all these different views on sustainability are decision-making premises for sustainability that add up to the decision-making premises of conventional management. And these decision-making premises are conflicting. So if I, for example, invest in the resources that I'm living from as a company, I will not be able to at the same time focus on profit maximization, which is one of the decision-making premises of conventional management or traditional management. And sustainable leaders have the task to tackle the wrangling between these decision-making premises, aiming to decide more often in favor of the decision-making premise of substance preservation. Okay. So to come back to the model that I just presented at the beginning of this presentation. So these decision-making premises have an influence on the decision we make, and therefore on the action we undertake, and therefore at the results that will appear and that others will experience. Sorry, I was looking for the word. But then Otto Scharmer also says there is something else, and this is called the inner place from which we operate, which is different from the mindset that we have. And he's talking about ego consciousness. So it's a kind of consciousness and the energy from which we operate. So, for example, if I have the if I do things to get recognized or appreciation or to be seen, and then this is a specific energy from which I'm operating and doing the things I do. And what I'm focusing on is, oh, sorry, I missed it. Yeah, so now you can see it, sorry. And what I'm focusing on is, on the one hand, on how to, or in what way we need a mind shift from maybe a fixed mindset to a growth mindset. And then on the other hand, on how we can transform the inner place from which we operate from an ego consciousness into an eco consciousness, so that in the end, we make, or we put the emphasis on different decision-making premises, and more often decide in favor of the decision-making premises of substance preservation. Of course, this will then lead to other decisions, other actions, and other results. So in an utopian world, all the divides would disappear. So now what does this have to do with higher education and building up a master's program in sustainable leadership? Well, my research question or questions are, so the overall question is, how must higher education for sustainable leadership be changed to eliminate this blind spot from which we operate and to open up to change that is blind spot can be changed, up to the chance that this blind spot can be changed. And then there are the sub-questions. So first of all, what exactly is the blind spot? Second, how can we see and sense the blind spot? Thirdly, in what way does the blind spot influence the trade-off management that comes along with the conflicting decision-making premises, which I just tried to explain? And then last but not least, what do the results of question 1, 2, and 3 mean for the development of a master's program in sustainable leadership? So my assumption is that to educate sustainable leaders, that the education has to change a lot too. And this is the first step to build up a conceptual frame, which can be then kind of proved or explored through an action-based study. Okay, that was my presentation. Thank you very much. Oh, I can't.
Okay. So, working now. Thank you for your presentation. So we have still time for questions. I can start if no one, if you have to think about a question. I have two questions. I start with the first one. Do I understand it right that you focus on teaching decision making in your master programs and think that you can change the mindset if you teach students in decision making? Is this the idea behind the master program? And is this the blind spot you're focusing in your thesis?
Well, decision making is one aspect, but it's not the aspect I'm focusing on. And the second question that you had was if I try to change the mindset through decision making, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's more like this is the decision making processes are more the background, like where we're coming from and where we want to go to, like decision making. So leaders, the main task of leaders are making decisions every day, right? A lot of decisions they have to undertake. So this is the basic or the point where I'm coming from, but I don't want to use decision making as a means to develop a mindset. It's rather the other way around. And the question is with what kind of tools or methodologies, or is actually higher education the right environment to do that? That's actually more the question that I have and that I'm focusing on with the piece.
I see. And what do you assume is behind this blind spot? Do you already have some assumptions on this idea?
Well, I do have an assumption. And so what I think is that it's a kind of energy, like the energy from which why we do things, for example. And we can, so often it's the case that if we're longing for, I'm sorry, I have to. I'm missing the word at the moment.
You talk about motivation?
No, like recognition, for example. But recognition is not the correct word. There's another one, which is kind of similar. For example, if we're longing for recognition, then we're acting from an energy where we're not really connected to ourselves, but more to the outside world. Like we do something to get energy from the outside world. And if we're not that dependent on the outside world, but more from a connectedness to the environment, to nature, to all other people, then we want to serve and we want to get. And that's my assumption. I don't know if that's the case, but that's my assumption that this may be a blind spot.
Mm-hmm. I see. So the flow theory, I don't know if it's academic, but the being in flow could be one idea you can have a look at, maybe.
How can you
supporting your assumption?
Can you repeat?
And the flow theory, being in flow. It's just you use in business context. Okay, we have one question.
Hello, thank you for the presentation, very interesting. Just maybe basic question, trying to do a program for sustainable leadership. Do you think the people, or do you know if they have a good understanding of what is sustainability and the basics of of anything and everything around sustainability so that they make informed decisions? Thanks.
You mean if, just let me repeat so that to make sure that I understand correctly. So your question is if I do think that the students that would join this course that doesn't exist yet, or the program, that they already have a good understanding of sustainability?
Yes, that's what I mean. Do they have a good concept? Do they know all the ins and outs of sustainability enough to become leaders in a way? Thank you.
I actually think that at the beginning of such a course, it's very important to go into sustainability and the different understandings and concepts. Again, even because there's so many different views on sustainability that it's really important that the students would have a shared understanding, or at least have the knowledge of different concepts. So I would guess that if students would join this course and for sustainable leadership, that they are interested in sustainability in general, so they will have some knowledge of it. But regarding the course, if that would be now the next question, I think that that at the beginning of the course, it would be really important to have a basic sustainability content. Yeah.
Thank you. Last short question. You talked about leadership and management. Are you dividing those two concepts, or?
Yeah. Actually, yeah. So, like when we're talking about leadership here at the Chair of Sustainable Management, we are really focusing on the soft skills and actually the decision-making processes that sustainable leaders or leaders in general are confronted with every day. And by talking about management, we are more looking at the aspect to use different tools to manage the company. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you very much for giving us these insights. And I want to skip to the next presentation. So.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to talk to you. And maybe it's refreshing to know that I do not come from any university. Although I quite like this linking evaluation to change. This is my personal claim. And I think this project, you see it, co-financed for the European Union and the Land Burgenland, which is the region we are here, really gives us the opportunity to link analysis with really hands-on measures. The topic is female founders. So we heard about some of these ideas already today. I remember the lake topic, more technical one, but there was some thinking about startups as maybe a good source of innovation. We were already hearing about leadership for change, the importance of a new mindset
Another question is how is the situation in that region with a look of women that decide to work as independent, business, business with their own business. So just a few ideas. Oh yes, to start with, of course, there are a lot of research on that topic, and most of the things that are written here are more or less obvious, or you heard about this already. But let's see, at the European level, it's quite interesting maybe to see that regardless of the country, generally speaking, women are less confident. And that's one, it's already a nice, interesting point if we relate to the input we just heard about education and supporting entrepreneurship. What does it mean less confident, and how can education support confidence? Smaller companies, yes, and also active in different sectors than mainly men entrepreneurs. More active in social, in environmental maybe sectors, and also, yeah, that's really the point. Smaller companies, social services, and less confident, not less educated. You may know it. It's not a matter of education. On the contrary, education is very much attractive for women. Yeah, educated to do whatever, but not what other person do, maybe with less education. Let's have a look at Austria. This is a look at entrepreneurs, not so much at founders, but anyway, founding is becoming less attractive, generally, in all over Europe, at least in German-speaking countries. In Austria, we very much refer to Germany, because it's very much linked economy. And this is because of so many risks, and of course, people prefer a more stable educational framework. But it's very much true if you consider startups. The relation of women in startups is very, very high. Yes, and another very interesting observation is that women generally start later on in their life development. They start more often after 50, when maybe to realize their own ambitions, not so much to make money, not so much to change the world, but just to be finally master of themselves. And then we have foundings already 5 years old, but those are the most recent findings about female founders. It's one women show, yeah, as we said, small companies, and very much motivated by self-realization and being your own boss. So is the framework, and being in that program, we thought, so what is the reality of people here in that region? Yeah. And first of all, we use the data already available to understand a little bit better what does it mean female founders in Burma. That's the first thing I want to share with you. Then the second things, as we already said, are the findings of a survey that just finished a few weeks ago. So we're really in the process of using this data, but some topics are already evident. And third, I found it very interesting from another new project to think a little bit sharper about what is really supporting women founders. Yes, what do they need really? Yes, is it a matter of more money? Is it a matter of enhancing confidence? Is it a matter of creating networks? What is it? So those three topics. So first of all, yeah, we have a look at this
as I said, those are data and facts from the statistic of this region. We didn't generate new data, but we used existing data in a way that hasn't been done so far. So first of all, we see how many people are self-employed in that region. It's about 11%. And we see that 40% of these people are female, 60 are, of course, male. So it's not balanced. Maybe it's even surprising, not that unbalanced. But if we have a closer look, it becomes 30 to 70 if we see how many of these business really create employment. Whereas larger business that really have one or more employees. So if we have a closer look with that condition, the number changes from these numbers to 30 and 70. So as we have seen in Burgenland as well, smaller business are typical for women. As soon as it gets a little bit larger, you will find much more men as entrepreneurs. As we said, it's again there is a large segregation in the self-employed market. Women and men are typically in different sectors. Again, in Burgenland, it's the same. As we said, education really doesn't matter. So, quite funny, isn't it? Because it really brings me back to the input we heard. Apparently, education does not reach that goal of empowering women. Maybe intellectually, yes, but not in coping with the real challenges of life. No regional differences. Yeah, that's what even with this region I say to the colleagues of abroad, because it's, please correct me, it's quite, in the south it's very much rural, in the north there are more larger cities, and then this region around the lake, very much a touristic region. I put it shortly. So it's quite interesting that there are no regional differences. Of course, there are regional differences according to the population, but within this distribution, it's normally distributed. And then the third point over there, the proportion of self-employed increases with age. And this is typical, especially for women. You will find more men starting with self-employed ambitions when they start when you finish college eventually, or when they start with 20, 25 or whatever, thinking what they want to reach in life. Yes, they are more the type of, I say anything, I have a good idea, I do it, I make it, I want to grow, I want money, I want influence. And women most often say, oh, I got rid of my children, I'm happy that they're good. And now I have a little bit more time for myself. What I always wanted to have done was to do yoga or whatever. And finally, I'm free to do it. Of course, this is not the whole reality, but just a few ideas. Okay, so this is just a data point. But what do the people tell us? Of course, this is not the whole people. It was quite difficult to reach those people, especially because very often it's not such a clear limits between Gründer, between founders and entrepreneurs. Yes, it's quite a continuum. It's not. But anyway, the program started in November, so we kind of established relationships, and we contact. Oh, sorry, that's the next one. Yes, we get the response of 42 female founders who really started recently. Yes, we're not interested about a few founders that maybe run a successful business with 50 employees or whatever. Yeah, we're really interested in the small, tiny businesses run by women. So the interesting question is, are they doing it full-time, part-time? And you see it's more or less half. Yes. It's quite interesting, the third point, that they start really because they want to do it. They are not starting because they're unemployed. Those are the two typical, say, backgrounds. Unemployment, I do it because I want to do something, I want to be in the labor market, or in this case, very much, I want to realize my ideas, I want my freedom. So really it's about realizing their own plans. Yes, and not so much to go big, and not so much leaderships and whatsoever. And it's really interesting because very much when you talk about people caring for equal opportunities and caring for fostering women, they talk about leadership, they talk about going big, and the people themselves do not want it, or at least, let's put it like this, maybe don't have this confidence or are in a setting which is completely different. The majority work alone. Only a small number have employees. And we see here something they say like this, because I would like to implement my enthusiasm in my daily job. Yeah, this is not possible in employment, in an employed setting, so I decided to be independent, to be an entrepreneur. So what about the satisfaction? They say, yes, we are such a thing. At least they say they receive it. That's what they say in the survey. Of course, we know on the rational level, we say something, maybe we sometimes feel differently, but anyway, that's what they say. And especially they see this advantage of realizing their own ideas. Yeah. You see it again. I'm especially proud of the implementation of my ideas. My life is in balance. What really was hard for them, especially because they are so much in that social, in the health sector, was COVID. They really was hit by them. I'm so sorry. Yeah. And it really was hit by them. And because they lost their customers, or they lost the customers that were hit by COVID themselves. So they were very much in sectors that managed less well with this challenge of the pandemics. And finally, what do they use? What is missing? They gave us the feedback. Yeah, information is important for them. They find it around, but they do not trust, or they are not that convinced about official information. They have the feeling that they get different information, that maybe even overwhelmed by the information that are around. And consulting and coaching services are rarely used. Interesting enough, in our project, they really much like coaching. Of course, it's free for them. And we noticed that once we have established a base of confidentiality, you say it like this, of confidence or whatever, then they really like it to be service that close to their needs. So you see, for example, I wouldn't know where they are organized meetings, networking. It's always it's always a fact check, but I do not know. I'm kind of overwhelmed. Free business, of course, they are looking for free business and that. But our impression is that the real problem is to grab these opportunities, yes, to have this confidence. Okay, just a few thoughts, and then we go to the last topics. So what we do in our project, and what we will now do even more focused, is three things really. First of all, coaching, as I said, pre-coaching. We are not lawyers, but we are business consultants, and we can do quite a lot. Really small, tiny things, yes. How to focus on your customers, how to improve your messages, how to get connected, how to, I don't know, maybe something with online shopping. Then to support connections, yes, and networking. And for the third point is really very much an open-minded point. Whatever people want, talk to us. Maybe we can find a solution. Maybe we can help you during this year. Okay, and what I found very much interesting is this last topic, very briefly. You find a lot of programs, national level, EU level, whatever. But at least me, I could hardly find anything telling how effective these programs are. Do they change anything? Yes. Everybody is organizing more programs as inclusive. Yeah. But what do they really do? And what would people need? And I found it very interesting. Was the only thing of this kind that I found in my research, the result of another EU project, Andrea Nispel, dealing with the framework female founders are in, and how these preconditions define the funding and the supporting practice. So people are in very different situations. Female founders and other people as well, but let's stick to female founders, are not that homogeneous we think, of course. It's a lot it makes a lot of difference. Am I don't know, starting with this idea, am I 40, am I 50, am I 60, whatever. And according to these categories, Nispel, we will see it then, it's the last slide, identified four, let's say, four groups with very different needs. Life situation. It really makes a difference, of course. Am I starting after university or whatever, or am I within a social system that demands resources from me? Life phase, of course. Where am I? Time commitment. Am I doing as a hobby more or less, or am I doing full time? What is my ambition? Qualification resources. What do I start with? And of course, the last point. What do I need? Do I have time to commit myself and doing more and more education, or do I need really 1 hour because then I have to do that and that? Yes. And this is really interesting to think about it. And when we do now even deeper data evaluation, we aim at using this structure to identify those groups I show you now. This is the last. So it's really about 2 dimensions. Time resources, yes. Little time, lot of time. And the second dimension is personal resources. How do I start with? And you see that person with low personal resources and little time, with really maybe the most difficult start, really they need coaching, so close as possible to their needs, yes. If I do not have time, I cannot stay hours in a course. Yeah. And maybe I cannot even arrange the information I need because I'm maybe less well connected. I have more personal resources and little time, then it can be a coaching, it can be easy in a hotline. Give me a call whenever you want. So I'm maybe more capable of organizing myself and of using a hotline or using information that is there to be grasped. Maybe the best situation could be type C, a lot of time and personal resources, yes. the multi-box. Yes, give me everything. I use everything. I really can organize myself. And in our case, I will do all the workshop. I will do coaching every week. And I have my ideas. Please, my websites. Please do my flyers and whatever. That's wonderful. Why not? And then type D, low personal resources, but a lot of time. Yes, so really an empowerment back. Yes, let's use this year. Whatever, it's possible, it's realistic, yes, because of course there are also not that realistic ambitions. Okay, I told you quite a lot. If it happens that you have any questions whatsoever, then just keep in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So we have a few minutes time for questions. Any questions so far?
Short question online about the publication out of this work. So are you planning to do some publication?
Yes. Of course, now we finish data analysis. And of course, we're doing that being founded, as I said, by the Land and the European Union. So it's really something we will arrange with our founders, what setting they want to publish it. But I think it's their interest as well to publish it, to share it, to support the discussion.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I have a question regarding the measurement. You mentioned in the abstract, I'm not sure if you have already results, but you mentioned that effective measurements are very important and that you try to evaluate your measurements. Are you still in evaluation process or do you have results?
Yes, of course. We always, at the end of a sequence, we do ask, of course, but we will, at the end of this workshop, we had 6 workshops and we had a few more. So we really wanted to create a little community and facilitate peer support. We will evaluate this with survey, and the same we do it with coaching. We are bound to have a maximum of 8 coachings. Yes. And of course, this is interesting to see what are the small changes. Yes, people experience. Yes, and plus nothing to do with the measurement. Plus, a project like this generates inputs for the political level, which cannot be done now in 1 year, but which would be interesting.
Short question from Sophie.
Hi. You've looked at the fact that women seems to go only in social healthcare and things like that. Are you going to maybe try to find out why they're not doing in other sectors of the economy? You know, why they focus on that?
Yeah.
What are the barriers for them to do something else? Thank you.
No, it's an interesting question. It's a general trend in Austria, not only Austria. Yes, I think it has to do with education. Yes, it starts with preferences that for men, not only but more often are in technical sectors, and for women are more in non-technical sectors, to put it like this. It has also to do with opportunities to start as an independent entrepreneurs, which are more easily with activities that are in these sectors. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much for your final presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
for inviting me.
You're welcome. And for our guests online, we have to say goodbye and see you tomorrow. We enjoyed you participating and looking forward to see you tomorrow again at 9:30 using the second link we sent to you as an information. So goodbye and have a nice evening.
Yes.